Hello guys, can you hear me? Sound check, sound check. All right, great. Oh my god, Pluton, thank you for subscription. Kitten 2, when? Good question, good question. I'm not sure if there will be a sequel to Kitten. It was a cute project and quite useful in terms of learning, experimenting with some of the tech and VR. And yeah, got a good, great ratings on the game. We released it on multiple platforms, including consoles. So it was a interesting small little project. All right. Damn, Brazilian got nothing on this dude. Loving the game, Henry. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much, Goose20. Kittens in MO2 when? Good question. Good question. Maybe we will have some of those kittens in Mortal. We have the big kittens, you know, the Cougar and the Black Panthers. Have you guys seen the Black Panthers? I haven't seen a single screenshot on them if I haven't missed it.
Human Supreme.
Human Supreme. You can't tame them. Yeah, no. It's supposed to be fixed in this patch. They were not toggled for taming, but they should be now. They look pretty cool, I think. Jungle is nasty at times. It is a dangerous location and quite easy to get lost, so you should only go there if you have experience or prepared to explore a difficult area. Lone Star, thank you for the subscription. Ah, Haku with a gift. Thanks. I hope you're feeling better. Yeah, thanks. I'm pretty good now. Pretty much restored finally. So yeah, thanks.
Oh my god, another one.
Haku with another gift. Thank you very much. Wasn't in the patch note. Black Panther taming. Wasn't in the notes. I thought it was in the notes. Okay, maybe it's not in this one then, or the next one. Haku with even more gifts. Thank you. Nope, not in the notes. Okay. Have anyone tried to tame it since this patch? It could be me that is confusing it with the next patch or something. Yeah, there's been some minor mistakes in the patch notes. I know that me personally missed a little horse tweak that we're actually going into this latest patch. Some minor tweaks on hit points, speeds, and natural defenses. Are we going to get more animals in the game? There's a few more animals for
Oh my god, another one. Another
unique animals for Mirrorland, and then we are continuously adding more wildlife, both wildlife and humanoids throughout the world. We actually have a new little nifty system in place for the next patch that is more like a dynamic spawn. So rather than just having the classical spawn on location at all time, you will actually run into various dynamic spawns spread out in various locations in the world that will simply help with filling action in the world a little bit more. Things still pretty bad, so I guess nobody will try to.
Another one.
So taming, you mean the pet behaviors? So yeah, on our to-do list right now, we are working on securing the vessel bus. As you know, it bugs out every now and then and doesn't spawn correctly. And then we have pets not attacking certain creatures in the world that we're also fixing as we speak. So yeah, quite important fixes for pets to make them more useful for sure. How about you work TC instead of more wildlife? More wildlife. So, you know, as we discussed a few times before, we have a team of around 30 developers, and it's not just that all of them can work on one feature or one area at a time. That's not how it works. So that means there are some artists, some developers working on creatures, wildlife areas in the world. Some developers are working on specific features, such as TC, and some artists are working on TC structure assets. And the latest patches, the latest month, have been full focus for pretty much everyone to focus on polishing and bug fixing, pretty much number one. And that's also why we haven't had the most exciting patches lately. It's been important fixes, mostly on the back end, on the server side, giving us both more tools, eyes, log data, but also working very much on the main capacity on Mirrorlands. So a lot of focus of the team have been on that area and just polishing in the world. We are getting closer now to finally go back to the more normal development with bi-weekly updates that will start including more interesting content for players in terms of features and gameplay content. How many devs are you right now? We are 30 something. I haven't really counted and updated, but pretty close to 30. So still a small team for making this kind of game, but yeah, it also takes time to educate and get new developers into the pipeline. So we can't just throw in a bunch of developers or coders or lead coders such as Sebastian needs to have the time to dedicate to educate and teach them into the sensitive pipeline, make sure it works so we don't cause any additional stress on top of our development. So it's a slow progress to get them into the pipeline, but slow but steady, but also very important. Please fix before releasing new content. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Pretty much all patches since release have been fully focused on fixes, improvement, polishing, and that's why some people are not too excited about the gameplay content since the lack of thereof. And 8 on housing cooperative features. Yes, so again, we have those. We know that there's a high demand and gameplay around it that a lot of players are looking for. We have that on the table, and so we are planning to do a patch next week with some further very important, mostly backend content stuff and some fixes. So again, I want to prepare everyone, and I may call it a boring patch, just to make sure that we don't get out of hand here and get too disappointed when the patch hits, because it will lack TC exciting stuff, or stuff like that that some players may think should be included. Obviously, we want to have that as soon as we can, but like I mentioned before, it's very important that we get those pieces in place now, so we have a solid core foundation in place. As some of you may know, we are preparing for a very big step forward. Since release, we had to pause pretty much all marketing activities, all awareness, media, forums, awareness in the world, and kind of pause things a little bit during this release because of the obvious login issues we run into. And while we paused that, we have been working very hard on solving and improving those areas. And then we are slowly taking a step into go back to the step where we kind of kick things off. We're removing alt servers, securing everything, and we are preparing to also release the game on Epic Games Store. And we're also talking to various companies, publishers worldwide to, again, continue the path of getting worldwide awareness and just marketing the game and growing the game again. So that's an important step for us to go back to. And that also includes we can finally go back to our roadmap that we're going to update on our website, which means all of you guys going to see the different features, content, where we plan to enable those things into the live server. And that's obviously going to answer a lot of the questions. When will we have this and that? So you can finally see a roadmap of that and follow that progression and know when to expect it, pretty much. So ETA, when it comes to housing things, TC and all that, will be announced. I think we will have, so next week, like I mentioned, is the plan that we will have a follow-up patch, a very important patch on main capacity. Hopefully that will allow us to remove one of the alts we have left. And then we will have a meeting to go through and kind of confirm the upcoming roadmaps and also post that live so you guys can follow that and read that. How's recruitment going? New devs, animators. So like I mentioned a little bit before, it's a slow but steady process. It's not super easy to find developers that fits our needs. There's many developers worldwide, but again, we're looking for very specific requirements that isn't as common. So it's a process. We have to go through portfolio experience and all that. And then usually we start with a trial to go through everything. And if things, works well, we proceed from there. But yeah, we have a new coder that's been with us now for, it's been working a little bit with us on and off over the years. So he's have a half foot in, but at release, we pretty much took him in close to full time to educate him more next to Sebastian. He's one of the main focus and experienced in networking, which, have been one of the main focus on the back end. So Sebastian and him have been quite busy with that. And now he's pretty much ongoing and into the pipeline, which is awesome. So it's a great resources to have in place. And now we can slowly start proceeding to additional coders in specific areas. So yeah, we're progressing, and we are also talking to a few other artists that may be joining in. So slow but steady. You guys have enough money to keep rolling as it currently is? Yes. So we have a pretty steady flow of sales, which is awesome to see, even though we aren't really pushing big things until we are more comfortable with, accepting an influx of more players again. So it's quite good position we are in now. We're getting a few new players on a daily basis, and we see no major issues or running into bad queue times or instabilities while we have been improving that. So this latest patch that we just released have been a very important, huge improvement on the server side and the nodes. So I know that some of you guys have been doing some large scale wars since then, which just is awesome because now we have eyes and can follow that progression exactly. So we saw some activity just recently after the patch went live, which was just awesome to see that the threshold is much higher now than it was pre-patch. And like I mentioned, next patch that is planned for next week, we will take a much greater leap in the same category, and that is to secure that overhead greatly. And that also allows us to finally scale that specific threshold on multiple CPUs, server CPUs. So that is where it really scales up in a completely new scale. So it's exciting for us, but not really exciting for you, other than obviously that you can rely on having a stable, large-scale war without getting lag, server lag, or anything like that we have been experiencing every now and then since we've been working on these upgrades. So very important, obviously, as you can understand, and also important to be able to accept an influx of new players as well when we launch on Epic Games Store and other platforms. So important to have that in place. And then finally, as I mentioned, we're gonna start reaching into those more, from a player point of view, more exciting game content. Henrik, please, I need this game. Riley, we have the game. What do you mean? We have it. We're getting there, guys. We just have to be a little bit more patient before we get to the goodies. When are you guys going to fix speed hackers? We are fixing them. So we have been banned. We actually had a huge ban of amount of accounts along with the latest patch. So a lot of the backend stuff that we don't write out details of for obvious reasons is obviously combating cheaters. It's the sad truth of having to spend a lot of dedicated development time in those categories, but necessary in these types of online games. So we banned tons of accounts additionally, and we deployed additional types of detection prevention from the current cheats that have been abused. Additional improvement in the next patch next week. That's why we want to have that out again as soon as possible.
Another one.
Isterion, thank you for the subscription. Priest at houses soon. So that is so when we're gonna have some of the TC content on the upcoming roadmap that you're gonna see in detail when we post it on the website. And that includes the first pack of TC content, which is bank services, priest services, guard post services, and stable services, and I think some type of shop services. So that's like the first step of giving all the player run cities the core components to pretty much live out in your own cities. So when is the next batch? So it's planned for next week if things goes as planned. Happy St. Paddy's Day. Ah, indeed, indeed. Let me scroll down a little bit. I'm a little behind, I see. And again, coming on to the game, I've been looking for your head for a long time. Good question. Lately, I've been a little bit difficult for me to play. I've been playing a few sessions here and there for both enjoying and playing with friends, but also to confirm a few things at first hand. But yes, I plan to join back in quite a bit more again shortly. Slappis Joe, thank you so much for donation. What would be the advantages for a stronghold come TC or feature or not in the game yet? So a stronghold is, you know, more of a big house that is more natural, obtainable by a group of players rather than solo. So we try to have the different tiers like houses, medium houses, small houses, or quite a decent task for a solo player or two players to construct and you know, run your own house. And then obviously the stronghold is more in mind for a group coordination or a larger guild or something, which is the step, a natural step before keep, which is the grand thing. So it's more like those three types of tier, I would say, and cost and difficulties from house, stronghold to keep. Other than that, and the obvious defense mechanics, having more hit points and defense, you can still construct your own little village or city or expand on that. A question about the grid system inside houses. What's the benefit of using a grid system instead of allowing players to freely place furniture in their house? So this is all about performance. So, you know, there's some other games. I don't know if you played Valheim, but they had some major performance issues when people were starting to go crazy at constructing things. And obvious reasons is one of them is performance. So we knew that for us to have a large-scale MMORPG with thousands of players in the world, eventually people are going to build cities and houses a lot. And that means also decorating them and putting things into the houses. That means eventually there's going to be a performance hit. And we always said that we're going to make sure and prioritize performance over everything else. So that means we have to have a very clever system for players that when you step into a player city, we don't want your computer to freeze for, you know, 20 seconds. And running through those houses is a constant freeze on your computer. That would be a bad experience. So that means we have to build a very clever system. And the same thing goes as some of the biggest important systems in a MMORPG where there are many players on the screen is, first of all, the character system, the gear and armor system, to make sure it's very optimized and can handle hundreds of players if your gameplay want to support that kind of scale, which obviously we are pushing for hard. So that is why our character have a very small performance hit compared to some of the unoptimized areas and cities. And the next thing, like I said, we know in the future there will be more and more houses. So a grid system helps us to, in a very clever way, store data very cheaply on the server and also very cheaply send that kind of data to a client that goes near a house that need to load all of these furniture and items. If that would be a huge load, then we're killing your client performance. So that is the reason. The grid-based system is there for a big performance reason. And also, which we have increased, we doubled the level of detail in the grid system compared to the first game. So, you know, we've been quite generous in making it so it feels as free as possible, even though there's an obvious grid. I hope that makes sense. The sub alert sound is doubled. Is it? Where do I have that doubled? I only hear another one. I only heard one time, but is it double for you guys? Awesome job, we all love the game at the bad times and still love the game on it upcoming good times. Is tweaking the engine file a banal offense? Yes, do not tweak any files whatsoever if you want to be keeping your account safe. Anything you're allowed to change is in options, and that is it. So consider that very carefully. Bert, thank you for the subscription.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Another one. Let me jump down and see if I'm... Hype train, holy cow, what's going on here? Balric with the subscription, 9 months. Thank you. Hello, any ideas when Fishing Tides will come? I'm not sure exactly when, but we have a lot of titles that will come over time for sure in different categories. Fishing is one of them. And yeah, along with multiple patches over the coming month, there will be several quality of life changes. You guys have been suggesting a lot of good stuff that just makes things better, such as some options for control and yeah, filters and Roku, etc. We fully agree that that is simply improving the quality of things, which we plan to add here and there in upcoming patches, depending on time. Haku with even more gifts. Thank you so much. You're killing the hype train, guys. Grazer Hopper, thank you for the subscription. So guys, do you want to hear something crazy? Henrik, love you in the game. Thank you very much. We appreciate you all for being here. Yeah, we're working on the vessel. We know it's inconvenient when it may bug out every now and then. And we have a repo on it, which is the requirement for our devs to solve it. So we will solve it as soon as we can. Derlogy, thank you for the subscription. Could you add more banners and flags? Yes, we can do that. And we're actually working on some of that. Hype train, guys. Thank you so much. Another one. What was the crazy thing you're gonna say? Yeah, exactly. I forgot about it. So, in what, three and a half hour, I'm turning 40, guys. How crazy is that? 40. Shit. I remember when I started this company, I was what, 20 years old. That's crazy. And tonight I'm turning 40. Which is crazy. I've been doing this for half my year, 20 years of working on Mort Online. So yeah, thank you very much. You know, obviously it feels a little scary to enter the age of 40 because obviously we're halfway there, you know. A little scary, and I don't want to get any older now. It's enough. It's enough. It's so strange how it slowly creep on you, you know, feeling that you're always young. And then all of a sudden, bam, 40. That's crazy. I mean, just thinking back when heard someone else turning 40, I was thinking, oh my god, that's the old guy. Or when my parents turned 40, I remember it, you know, like it's a big thing, a big party. Every year goes faster and faster. Yeah, it does. It's crazy. Not bad for being 40. No, I mean, I still, that's the strange thing. I still feel like I'm 20 in my mind. I'm obviously more wise and experienced. That's the big difference, I would say. And obviously, you get hurt much easier than when you were 20. As soon as you get a damage anywhere, that damage feels and remains for twice as long as when you were 20. So you can very clearly feel when the cell renewal is reduced by age. But you know, in my brain, I'm just as excited and enjoy things pretty much the same way as when I was in my 20s, which is crazy. I always thought that when I'm that old, you know, everything gonna be different. But yeah, I really feel like I'm 20 and thinking the same way when it comes to fun stuff. But yeah, obviously the experience and knowledge is completely different. And still 4 years to go for Mortal Line 2. Indeed. Happy birthday, Henrik. Drink water and avoid age damage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm 42, but I feel the same. A child in an old man's body. Exactly. And we'll be working on Mortal Line 3 when he's 50. You know, I'm pretty sure we're gonna work with Mortal Line no matter what, in one way or a different way, and it's gonna be exciting because, you know, it's a big game, and there's so much on the horizon. Many of you guys have heard all the different features we have been talking about, you know, even since Mortal Kombat 1. And obviously it's been my passion and dream to reach many of those long-awaited, very exciting features. It's been a long road and long wait to try to reach them finally, and now we're getting very close to reach some of those very exciting that, you know, I've been waiting for personally for many years. Happy birthday, you hang on and make an impeccable game for us. Thank you. In your head will feel like that at 50 also. I do anyway. I'm sure I will. You know, the question is, are we gonna feel the same way when we are 60, 70? I think we are. You know, our generation that grew up more with the media and the games like this. I mean, just thinking about our parents, they didn't grow up with that in the same way. So they don't really have that connection in most cases. I mean, there are some exceptions. But I think our generation that kind of grew up with gaming very early on have that mindset and keep being in those things that can, you know, entertainment wise. I think it's interesting. Damage bonus on character over 35. Please increase render distance. Yes, we are fully aware of that one. It's a high request from all of us, and we will change that, but we won't change it until we have the capacity where we need it to be, because it's direct connected with the main capacity. We don't just want to increase that and get server lag or getting that out of control again. So that's why we're taking it in step. Next week is the plan to implement another very huge improvement on the capacity, and then we're going to go through that data and see where is the new threshold naturally with real cases, and then we will be able to tweak those ranges finally. I really know what you talk about. Happy birthday. Thank you very much. Happy birthday, Pat Twins. Thank you very much. I feel young really. For one, a few weeks back, but I still feel I can do anything. Yeah, I mean, I feel exact same thing, and like I said, in my mind, I still find all those things as funny as when I was 20. Only difference is when I'm doing sports, you know, I easily hurt myself. That's the only difference, I guess. So I have to be a little bit more careful playing paddle or stuff like that. I'm 6'9", you're still young. Shit, I have 420 grandkids at this point. That is awesome. That is awesome. Rin Watanabe. Yeah, it's really cool that we do have a very wide age player base in Mortal Online. I always found that very, exciting. Everything from young players to older players that, find their area of interest in our game, which is awesome. And that's what's all about. It's a true sandbox game with many different features to, there's something for everyone, I think. You just need to accept the harsh rule set of you will drop everything when you die, and sooner or later that will happen. And as soon as you adapt to that and embrace that danger, it's gonna just add a level of depth and excitement no matter what you do in the game, even though you don't care about PvP. It's part of that danger and unknown factor that puts you on, your toes every now and then. And I think it's very important and part of this type of game. So I hope new players that are new to that kind of experience don't get too scared about it and see the beauty behind it, as well. And find creative ways of avoiding mistakes or death or ambush or whatever it may be. There's always an option in Mortal Online. You have to kind of free your mind, Matrix, to kind of see, okay, this guy's rest killing me nonstop. What do? Maybe I stop resting there and go somewhere else. There's always a way around. I just ganked my first dude in steel plate. An ADA for one subscription will be required. So we haven't really nailed the date yet, but like I mentioned before, the next patch is planned for sometime next week, if things goes as planned. And then we're going to go through all that data and see exactly where we stand. Are we happy with the capacity? Where is the capacity? And, where stability-wise, bug-wise, all of that we're going to go through in detail. And then we're going to have that meeting go through the upcoming roadmaps for a decent period of time. And based on this data we're collecting, we're going to see where it would be suitable and natural to start the free. I mean, we're first talking about the free month. So, it's a free month and then the subscription will start. So we will announce that date when we are going through this that I just mentioned. Mortal Online, the offline theme park. What the hell? We're planning to adjust the gamma settings to avoid pitch black areas and dawn. So we have carefully worked with the lightning to make sure you don't have to touch gamma at all. So first of all, out in the world, we have two big bright moons. There's no need to touch gamma whatsoever. There's a brief moment when there's a transition where it can be a little bit dark, but that's just a few minutes, and then it gets quite bright because of the moon, and that's quite natural. And most of the dungeons currently have decent light sources as well, so you're not really forced to go heavy with light sources. And that's also because we don't have the optional light sources yet, which we're also working on to adding. But there will be more and more pitch black areas, which means in that case, it goes from you don't have to change gamma, you see good enough, to, okay, it's pitch black, so it doesn't matter if you gamma hack because it's not going to make a difference because there's no light data. And that means you still have to rely on a light source, which again, we want to make sure that there's no need to gamma hack whatsoever. It would just make it look a bit ugly. So that's why we upped the light in many of the dungeons we have so far and made sure that moonlight is, sufficient light without making it inconvenient to play. Happy birthday. There's a rule on how to stay young. All you need to do is drink as many drinks as your age on your birthday. That way we forget how old you are when you get up there. Good one. That's a good one. I'm gonna consider that one. Please fast track the render distance increase. So I guess you heard my response to that earlier, right? Is we will increase the render distance on name and gear as soon as we have the capacity under control. The other way around is wrong. So, and that big leap happens next week's patch, and then we will see when it's time to pull up and how much we can pull up that with. So yeah, we're getting closer to the render distance. And again, that is why we've been working so hard on the main capacity, because so many different important things ties to the main capacity. Numbers are dropping daily. What does Star Wars plan to bring back players who left while trying to retain players who are on the fence about leaving? So yeah, as I mentioned, we paused everything by purpose on release day when Chaos hit, because we don't want the players to experience a worse experience, and we want to make sure the core foundation is stable and in place and under control, and that we can increase the main capacity where we need it to be. And then we go back to the release phase, awareness, marketing, and release it on other platforms as well, which will obviously bring new players to the game. And that also allows us to go back to the roadmap, which means exciting content going into the game again on a more frequent basis. I mean, we've been on pause for these months since January without adding any content features or anything because of the back-end focus, which obviously is boring for the players. And, the chaos we had the first month especially have been rough, obviously. So we're going to bring back all that very soon, which should also bring back players, the interest. Throughout the whole beta, we had a lot of content and features every second week. That was quite extreme because we were in betas. It wasn't that critical to push in a lot of stuff, and even though things exploded. But that was showing us a growing player base because of the interest and excitement and progression. Obviously, we're going to go back to that, but with a difference. We are not able to squeeze in things that is unsure. It's going to be a little bit more carefully, obviously. So main feature that's completely new, we're going to take a little bit more time until we enable them. Circo, thank you for the donation. Happy birthday, Henrik. Did stamina get nerfed again like in beta? No. We haven't touched stamina whatsoever. True. Add a fans at the Monker Crush. I think I heard that one. That may be a good thing to do, yes. The next patch include password? No, not the next one, but we will have it planned for when that will happen. So we will have a list of prioritized order, and it's based on pretty much what the majority of players wants first. Will dungeons ever be more like Ultima Online? Dungeons inside dungeons, puzzles, levels, secret portals moving you. Yes, we have some plans for additional functions in dungeons, such as some puzzles. We have the key system that we are working on as well. That for in the name will have obvious functions. Traps will coming back as well. So there will be new dungeons that is giving a different type of challenge other than only creatures. Up is Joe with the donation. Thank you. Will you be able to place NPCs in small to medium houses or just stronghold and castles? So there are going to be a few rules what you can construct near your house, and in those TC structures you will be able to hire different types of NPCs. So you will have a few options very similar to strongholds and keeps Yes. It's just that you lack those big walls or, you know, big hit points defense, bigger houses pretty much. My Lord Henrik, will there be upcoming change to stamina? Happy birthday. Thank you very much. And we don't have currently high prioritized order on changing stamina. So throughout the whole beta, started with combat beta, we have done important tweaks to clades, stats, damage, armors, and all that until we hit a good sweet spot that gives overall a very good balance, and a lot of people with different playstyles and preferences have been enjoying their builds. And since then we have done additional boost to stamina. There were a few things that eventually, after a long amount of testing with a few actions that gave a higher penalty on stamina, penalty when you were hurt trying to run with lower stamina, we decided to remove those because data was pointing on that wasn't good enough. So we changed that. And since then, we are on a pretty good level. And we don't see the need of starting to touch in that area that is very sensitive, obviously, as it completely affects the whole PvP field. And right now is not the time to start fiddling around with that when we have much greater areas that needs to get in place and for us to be able to proceed on the roadmap that everyone is looking forward to. So that's kind of where we stand right now, and hope that makes sense. Happy birthday, you're a boomer now. Ah, come on, man. Isn't boomer between 60 to 70 something? I'm a millennia, you know? The millennia group. Happy birthday, Henrik. Time for a de-aging alchemy potion, I think. I agree. It's about time the scientists come up with that stuff. You know, it's almost like in Immortal 1. People have been late experimenting with those components, and then bam, everything exploded. I hope that will happen soon in real life. You know, we need to hang in there. It will be horrible to be missing that. Imagine that era in like 50 years from now. Poor humans. They died of all these reasons, and even from age eventually. It will be sad to be one of those last, you know, ones suffering from those normal things that won't be something we suffer from in the future. I hope we will make some progress in our lifetime, guys. And there's a good chance we are. The question is how far and how much. Is that music from Heroes for your sub notification? From Heroes? No, it's one of those, another one. It's me mixed with that song. I don't remember what it's called and what the artist is called. Someone in here made a mix for me, and I thought it was awesome, so I put it to use. So again, I want to repeat, there's a lot of question on the next patch. I'm already gonna flag that it will most likely be a boring patch for most of us, sadly, but a very important core update patch. So there's gonna be a few good things, but don't expect anything super exciting in the next one. My plan is to, after that next one, we will be able to reveal a quite more exciting schedule and roadmap after that. I'm not worried about your dwindling player base. Almost caught up to Mortal 1. No, it's not even close to Mortal 1 or what it's ever been. It's quite natural that people are taking a break every now and then, especially when we haven't patched anything content-wise for 3 months now because of the hard truth that we have to work on the core backend pillar. That it became very apparent when we released that we had no picture of throughout the whole beta phase and stress test phase, which is of course very unfortunate, but there were no way around it for us until we hit those numbers for real. And it's been a hard struggle that we had to spend this much time into rebuilding some part of that, but it's necessary, and that means the future will be, we are adding stuff on a solid core foundation, and we're here to run Mortal 9 for more than 10 years, which obviously means if the core is not in place now, we're gonna be building a fragile building, and we don't want it to collapse in the future and be forced to rebuild stuff in the future. We want to make sure we cover it now, and then we're gonna just add more and more exciting content and features over time and don't have to fill back much on the core. So, and again, we are not in a rush. We don't see the need that everything must happen now. We're panicking because some people are taking a break or waiting on content. That's natural and expected. And since we're not in a rush, and we, like I said, we're gonna run Mortal 9 for many years. We were running Mortal 1 for over 10 years, and obviously we plan to run Mortal 2 much longer than that and expand it even better, since we have a completely different new type of pipeline, much better core in place, and we're attracting the game to casual players and new players that are excited for this type of game. But yes, obviously we need to go back to the weekly phases with exciting stuff, so we go back to the growing phase where people get more active again. So obviously we feel the stress and pressure that we want to go back to that state as fast as possible, but we also have to be realistic and smart about this to make sure we are progressing correctly, effectively, and remain in full health and energy so we can be here for the long run, while we also expand on the team at the same time. So as soon as more and more developers are in the pipeline, that will make use in the long run down the road. We may not see the effect of it right now, since we have invested a lot of development time in education, but after a while that's gonna turn over to a more efficient development phase when more experienced developers can produce things for us. So we are in that phase right now, which seems like a downtime. Things are a little bit on hold and a little bit slow, and no exciting patches, as I mentioned, which also naturally then put players at pause. There have been 2 huge game title released, Lost Ark, Elden Ring. Obviously we all are gamers, and many of us may want to try and play those games, play through Elden Ring. It's a great game, and I know that a lot of people are trying Lost Ark. Not at all my type of MMO, but I fully understand that many will try it and enjoy it. So that whole picture, it would be odd if that wouldn't show in the game with player population. So we are prepared and expecting that kind of slow down before we go back to our growing rates. So I hope that makes sense, how we see it at least. Will new content be on separate server, or how does it work? One big world. Yes, it's going to be one big world, but obviously things are deployed on multiple servers, and that's how we scale things. So the next content will be on additional hardware. You just go over there just as you're moving around on Milan pretty much. So for you just move there, just as you would ride, and you will get there. Aside from server optimization, what is your main focus, and why is it housing and pet bugs? So, I mean, pets, we have had those issues for quite a while, and we haven't had a reproduce what's been wrong with them until recently. And that means now we can solve them effectively, which we are planning to do. It affects a lot of players that obviously are playing as tamers, pets, and it's a big part of the game. So we want to make sure that what we do have gets it fully functions. And yes, housing, obviously, more and more people are eventually building a house and want to rely on those functions being stable and safe. So obviously we need to make sure that is the case. The struggle here was that we had to take a step that wasn't planned at all to add temporarily alts of Myrland, and those setups that wasn't the same way as the next continent really brought sensitive code areas that we simply haven't been able to test for a long period of time until we ran into those issues that have done recently. So that's why we need to get those fixed and secure them in place also before we can continue. So simply looking at what is the main issues that affects most of our players currently, and making sure stability and capacity gets where we need it to be, have been the main focus for the latest patches, and will be for this next one as well, as main focus. How can you even think about a subscription yet? There's so much wrong with the game than capacity issue. As I mentioned, we have paused subscription, and we are planning to start the free period when we have reached that stability level that were planned for initially on release. That changed on release, obviously. So we're getting back to that stage. Comma stamina buffs and the server mechanics. Not right now. Haku is throwing money at the screen. Oh my god. Am I missing stuff? Am I missing stuff? You sound much better this week. Thank you. Yes, I'm quite back to good old Henrik. I'm late to the party, but happy birthday, Henrik. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Miss Trinidad. Why does magic have to be hit scan instead of projectiles like archery? So, ecumenical school is intended to be a hit scan. That's just the rule behind it. And many other schools will be projectiles. Please fix integrity and old guard castle. Is that I don't know exactly which locations that are, but is it double keep issues? If so, that is something we're working on right now.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Sunleashed, thank you for the subscription. Necromancy for me. Yes, Necromancy is the third school, and that will actually have a different type of rule set from Ecumenical. It allows you to move at the same time as you cast those spells, for instance. happy with the last patch after effect on capacity, and we'll be deleting alts this week. We're not really there yet, as we wanted to. So we collected quite a good amount of data. I'm happy to see some of you guys made some big scale wars, and it was flawless. No issues whatsoever at that point. So we're trying to see where is the headroom and threshold, because the tricky part here is that it's quite a complicated server setup with multiple parts in the server, multiple nodes that do different things and communicate in different ways. And when we started to scale up quickly in the amount of nodes, because we saw nodes were hitting bottlenecks, a new bottleneck was created in communication between these, for instance. And now we identified all these different bottlenecks routes when it comes to this type of pressure on the server that happened since release, that never happened the same way when we did beta and stress test. So that means that it depends so much on what the players do. If everyone is pretty much spread out and don't move around too much from one node to another node and doing normal things, then we have a steady cost on different ways that cost in a specific way. As soon as a group of 50 or 80, a big group of guild, are riding around, moving from node to node and starting a war, etc., that adds a completely different type of load on nodes and to the main servers. And that had been one of the biggest challenges, to track all this and translate that to where are the real bottlenecks and how does it affect everything. It's super complicated, and had us sleepless for many nights. Finally, we have very solid eyes and log system on everything, and we have a very good overview of everything. So that means now with the latest data, we can see in the current setup, what is the threshold, how many players can we spread out, and what does those cost, and the nodes on the main servers, and what kind of large scales can we support in various types of nodes. Obviously, we want to make sure that, I'm sure many of you guys were here in the beta where we had huge battles around 2 to 400, and things were, perfect, no lag whatsoever. And that is because we didn't have the background data going on a very high rate, because no one else were doing anything else at that point. Everyone just went there to have the war, and that's it. Obviously, we want to make sure that those wars in those scales can happen at any time, at any place in the world, at the same time as there's a huge player population doing their daily business. So obviously it will be very inconvenient if you're standing in a city in one side of the world and you get mass lag because there's a huge war happening in the other side of the world. That would be very unfortunate. So we did a very big improvement in this last patch that managed big wars in local areas without affecting everyone else. The next week's patch will add additional scalability in these areas, which means we can just throw in multiple amount of CPUs, similar to, I don't know if you guys have played EVE Online, but you could actually reach out to EVE Online and say, there's going to be a big war this day in this area, and they could actually deploy multiple CPUs to help unloading that without causing major issues on the servers. And we're doing something similar here, where we're adding multiple CPUs where we can scale out when this kind of high packages fights happens. So that will bring us back to, again, have large scale wars without affecting major critical areas of the game world. So as you can see, this is very important for us to get in a state where we're happy with it, and also to be able to scale up, because again, we want to stay true to the one world, and we know exactly what we need to do. It has taken quite a lot of time for us, and again, the result of that had been like a pause of excitement roadmap, but necessary, as you can all understand. So next week's patch is going to be very exciting. There's a few things that is quite sensitive with that system, so we're prepared how to handle that. But goals are that, again, like I said, we can scale this threshold up on infinite amount of CPUs and have full control of that type of capacity. And then we can measure and calculate where we stand, player population wise, and that would give us the result of being able to remove alts. We may also keep one alt for a while for a few security reasons. If something, now since we built quite a big systems that is new, that have been running throughout the beta for a long time, obviously that is making us a little bit nervous if something may go wrong. And since we're live, that is a high prioritized for us to make sure that doesn't happen, and that we have tools to make sure if something goes wrong, we can handle it. That means it could be safe to run one alt server for a bit period of time until we see, okay, we're good, we are solid, and then take the step. Obviously also depending on when we go to re-releasing the game for the other platforms, Epic Games, etc., we may get we have no clue how many more players or new players may arrive. So that also means we don't want to run back to, okay, we hit a new threshold, this amount of players is too many on Mirrorland. Clients are crashing because there's too many clients nearby each other's. We don't want to go into that step and then have chaos all over again. So that we may be able to have, or be forced to have, alt backup servers, so we can still spread them quickly, but also making sure if something happens, you guys can always jump over to another one and continue playing at least. So yeah, I hope that makes sense, what we're doing here. Could you elaborate on future lawless zones? It's pretty much exactly what it says. There are going to be some natural lawless zones. You know, Galkor, Kranesh, for instance, are areas where there are no security whatsoever. It's lawless and is dangerous, and is supposed to be go there at your own risk. And that also means you shouldn't be able to report someone being murdered, because, you know, it's the murderer's land. So some of those areas, obviously we're going to have a similar zone in the arena, Tinrem Arena, that allows you to go there to do different types of fights without also getting murder reports or doing criminal offenses. So that is, you know, the basics of lawless cities. Nullsec, pretty much. There's no security, nothing like that. Regrinders and crushers in houses. Yes, we will include those in TC functions, so you can expand nearby your houses, your city, to build those different functions. How you pronounce stamina is quite funny. How do you pronounce stamina? Stamina? Or what? I don't know. I always said stamina. Maybe it's very odd. All right, I'm very behind. Let me jump down again, guys. Sorry if I'm missing anything exciting here. Eric, you hate PvP players because you're bad at it. No, I enjoy very much PvP, and I'm decent at it, I have to say. I'm not in the top, but I'm for sure not in the bottom. I'm always up for a good fight, and I'm up for, you know, upcoming events and PvP events. I'm up for those. I'm gonna be running them. I'm gonna be part of them in different ways. But I also like a fair and fun fight. That's quite different from a grief kill or noob kill. That's something completely different that, you know, doesn't give anything but a bad taste for that potential new player. So a good fight, even numbers, exciting, being close, changing the turns, all about tactical teamwork. I love that. I always enjoy that, starting from Ultima Line back in 97. And I've been seeing a lot of good big fights lately, so that's awesome to see. And every time I see them, I get the urge of joining in, but yeah, I've had time issues, so hopefully soon I will be able to participate in some fights again. I really enjoyed the Combat Beta when we quite frequently met outside of Fabernum at the bridge and ran a lot of amounts of PvP fights from smaller groups to larger groups, and it was just awesome, really fun to do, and I can't wait to have more of that. Out of all the mage schools, which one is your favorite? So in the first game we only had a few more, right? So ecumenical, spiritism, necromancy, elementalism. Those we had in the first game, and those schools were very awesome. People enjoyed them and loved them. They were quite spectacular in their own ways and different rules. Obviously, we want to refine them this time in Immortal Line 2 in all ways, but some of them will be quite similar and close as they were in the first game, while some parts of them will be a little bit changed and refined, where we knew that it could be improved. So other than those, I mean, both Necromancy and Elementalism were very cool spells in the first game, and they gave a lot of tactical components as well. So obviously, a lot of players are waiting for those very strongly again in Immortal Line 2. Other than those, I have a few schools that have some spells that I'm really, enjoying and excited to play with. Some of those schools are Mentalism, has some really cool utility skills that can be quite useful in PvP and really change how a mage can play as a PvP mage. It's going to be very exciting. And staff magic, all of a sudden you're using a staff that you can also wield as a weapon, that you also is a key component for you to cast the different spells. And we have the shape-shifting school, where you can change your body parts into different animal parts. It's going to be really cool because it's a completely new concept that we haven't also reached at all in Immortal Line, that gives quite exciting, cool functions for the players as well. So yeah, I think those are going to be quite exciting. Tentero, I don't want to automation in game, but I'm sitting here extracting 24 stacks random.
God.
Oh my god. Doing stuff, going to get the same FK treatment as Fissures, or they already have it. Maybe even a queue for this stuff. Yeah, again, it makes sense. Obviously, we want to make sure quality of life goes in where it's not quality of life. So we simply have to go through them to see if there's something that improve and fits and makes sense. Saladid, thank you for the donation. Will you do normal civilian clothes like UO, skirts, shirts, shoes, sandals, cloaks, kilts, dresses? Also, we need house presses. Yes, clothing is a big part that we're going to add along with gear. So for sure. Obviously, we've been quite lacking in clothing. We only have one type of clothes, light armor type so far. But there will be much more, and many of them is completely Clade inspired. So yeah, over time there will be more. You and all people do a great job. Thank you very much. Where or when can we murder you, Henrik? In game, that is.
Another one.
Cheers, beer, Murtog. Thank you for the subscription. You know, I'm playing on a normal character right now with a few real life friends of mine, and we're having a blast. We're doing different types of steps that we wanna proceed on, and it's really fun to play together with some real life friends. I'm really enjoying my time, and so does my friends. I'm playing on a normal character, and we've also been socializing a little bit with the different citizens we encounter. And you know, I don't know if, I guess people will start recognize me if I'm being vocal using VoIP in game. So we will see if you run into me or not. When will bull horses and breeding horse stats be added? I'm not sure. We have to see on a roadmap where we place those different features, and then hopefully we'll have the answer when we start deploying those roadmaps on the website. But a Clade reset button in beta, can we just add that back until this is Madam? So we're discussing it, and yes, we know we want it very early on, so it shouldn't be a long wait. Again, we want to deploy this next week's patch before we can really sit down and focus on the next upcoming important functions that will give a lot of quality. And obviously the Clade reset button is one of those important ones. And yes, we know that we're gonna, it is obviously tied to a money sink to reset. So there's two very simple ways of doing it. Either we connect that to a button, or simply you talk to an NPC and we can offer that service. So we're gonna offer one of those two as soon as we can. Will mounted archers be able to shoot off the right side of our horse effectively? We're actually going by real life limitations there, as we do on a lot of things. You know, having your bow on your left arm, pulling with your right arm. If you can shoot to your left very easily, but you can't shoot to your right very easily. No. So it's one of those things that simply make a small limitation on mounted archery. Can make it so you can see an item is soulbound. That's a good suggestion. Yeah, I agree. We should be able to do that. Losing rep in dangerous zones. No PvP allowed. So in our upcoming no law zones, nullsec zones, lawless zones, doesn't affect your rep standing murder count at all when killing or being killed in that area, such as Galkor, Kranesh is some good bases. Sneak peek when. So again, I weren't really able to. I always think that, okay, I'm gonna try to plan my next stream and have some juicy stuff, and then bam, it's Thursday and I have 1 hour to wrap it up, which is crazy. But let me see. So we finished one of the creatures that we're gonna add on Muland. Not the most exciting thing, but it's a cool creature. I'm gonna see if we can find it to you guys. One moment. Let's see what you think about it. Bam! What do you think about this, baby? What do you think, guys? Do you see what it could be? Who is this? Who is this? Who is this? Steintroll! Indeed, it's the Steintroll. That is a goblin from The Hobbit. Nah, not really. But obviously we are inspired from many of those movies. We are in a similar genre, right? Gollum. Yeah, this is our Steintroll. I made the voice for them in the first game, and I would like to have those voices back because they were quite iconic, but also very inspired from the Javas from Star Wars, sorry. Quite funny. I feel it was modeled after me. It's a cool creature. I like it. The mouth gets dry. It does. It is a little beast. Demonic Dobby from Harry Potter. I showed a very early version of this, just the gray box model, not no material shade or anything on it. Now it's finished. It's a cool little creature, and it's actually my voiceover on this little baby. If we are to use the same sound, that is, I'm not 100% sure, but I thought it was quite funny. Looks awesome. Yeah, I think it's cool. Where would these be in the world? You will have to see. It would carry any weapon. So there will eventually be different versions. From nothing to possible using some tools and weapons. Sarka, where is it and when will we see it? There's quite a bit more work we have on our next continent before you will be able to access it. It's a big task to build a huge continent similar to Mirland. Do a voiceover. I did a voiceover for the first game, and if we don't have something much more spectacular, we may use those old sounds on it, and they were quite cool. Finally, I cleaned Thursar. Bad boy. No, we don't have the exact date on permission on houses. It is on a list on the near to-do list. So like I mentioned, we don't have a very exciting patch. So let's just call it the boring patch planned for next week, but extremely important for the core pillars of the game. After that, we will have a meeting to start planning and confirm the upcoming more exciting stuff and very important functions such as house functions. And that's when you're gonna see on the website where you can expect those type of updates finally going back to interesting gameplay updates. And TC is a high prioritized part, yes, on this roadmap. How many streams will you dodge questions concerning the urgent need of nerfing MN Griefers? I think I respond to that in every single stream. Creedy. So I'm sure you can catch many of my responses. So as I mentioned many times, there's a few important components, obviously, that is required to put MA in the balance we intend it to be. wobbling, for instance. That you have a perfect aim riding in full gallop is a little crazy, which makes the MI extremely powerful just shooting arrows. That's a big thing. And we're also looking at mounted combat that is underperforming right now. That isn't really where it needs to be either. So we want to get back to the state where MA fighting a mounted combat can be very dangerous very quickly. Kind of how a mage fight versus a melee fighter, you know, getting up close, it can be over very quickly. We aren't really at that stage yet. So we're not just talking about nerfing things, we're talking about adding missing important options and components to have options and handle MA. We also forgot to add some of the mount updates we did. There are some improved natural defense on some mounts. One of them is having a higher piercing defense, for instance, and some small tweaks to get the horses a little bit more aligned where they need to be, that you can play around with to see those changes. Small, careful tweaks. Hello, Henrik. Me and my friend would like to present you the Medulla space program. We would love to schedule a fight for you. Space travel is closer than you think in Nave. I've seen one of those space programs in Medulla, and that looked quite hilarious. Quite crazy. So we will see how long that will be doable. Are planning on dealing with the hackers currently in the game? So yeah, that is a frequent question that I also have been responding to on quite frequently. So obviously cheating and hacking is our number one concern, and we take it extremely serious because that is a direct threat against our future of our game and our livelihood and our baby. And that's the number one thing we hate most of everything. So that means a lot of our development time now sadly have to go towards working against this. And that also means instead of having some cool exciting things on the patch notes, you see backend stuff, server upgrades, security upgrades. That is dealing with a lot of this. So since the last patch, we have banned a huge amount of accounts. We are improving that. We've been working closely with Valve to improve those steps, to make it much more efficient for us to deal with it, but also to make sure that wherever these players are coming from, we're preventing that from happening again, and also additional checks on new software that have arisen. So it's a progress, it's never just gonna be like that, now it's gone, because they work on it and we have to work on it. It's a constant development. And right now there's some new stuff going on that causing chaos, but we're getting back in control now, and we are upgrading our systems. And in the next patch, there are going to be additional steps there as well. But I think that now in time, this will show itself, that you will notice that, things should slow down from this patch and moving forward. Weapon poisons when? Again, we have to look on the roadmap. I can't say exactly where that fits. So we have a list of features, right? You guys know most of them when it comes to the near future. And you also made your expression and votes on what you would like to see most of them. So we have that list, right? It's a lot of good, cool things. Hopefully next week after we deploy that patch, we will have the meeting to start to put those in a certain order and on a schedule, timeline-wise. And that's the roadmap and schedule we're going to post on our website. So that's gonna give you the view on when you can expect the different components going live. So I don't know at this point where poisoning, the profession poisoning, will be on the roadmap, if it's gonna be on the near roadmap or somewhere down the road, but it's somewhere there. When is Clade Risk becoming? That function is on the very near timeline, because we know that's a very important, convenient option for you guys to tweak your builds. So you can expect that to be earlier on that roadmap rather than late. And you're gonna voice that troll again. Hopefully so. We will see. Like I said, we have those sounds from the first game. We will see if they are still up on par for it, or if we have some better version for it. But I would like to have them, because they were quite iconic and funny. Scrum prioritize is gets over working with no else as Sardica 3 TC. I would say that TC components are gonna be in before Sardica, most likely, because Sardica is a huge task. It's a whole new world. But TC we have in different steps. Obviously, there's not gonna be TC, and that's it. Like I mentioned before, there are some very important components we want in the first updates of TC, so it will come in steps. The first steps would be, like I mentioned, bank functions, priest functions, stables, guard posts, and some basic shop functions. I would say that those are the most desired function for you to start your own cities. And then later on it will expand on further. Schmerek, I'm out. See you when sub starts. You guys work too slow. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mountain Mage. Like Mountain Mage is better. At least damage works after double cast time. Mountain Mage needs help, please. I mean, yeah, since no movement rule apply off mount and unmount, that obviously puts that kind of limitation on that you can't fully control while you cast. And there's a slower cast time that obviously reduces your burst of damage, even though it can be quite a hard hit when done correctly. It also very strongly allows you to heal while running, including healing your mount. But again, there are several types of magic schools that doesn't have the rule that you need to stand still, and that also applies on mount. So there would be a lot more options and many different types of spells to be utilized on mounts, and that makes it very unique, because if you imagine melee will never get many different types of options. Swinging a melee weapon, that is what you expect from swinging on a melee weapon. Same thing with archery. There's nothing spectacular difference you will expect other than some refinement, tweaks, wobbling functions and such. But again, that's what you expect and can rely on. But as soon as a new magical hits, you open a whole new book of options on the back of a mount, depending on the rules and spells that can be utilized on the back of a mount. So over time, you will see a mountain mage can change very much. So we have to keep that in mind as well. We can't just stand still and tweak and change things based on what we have currently on the current rules, because we have so many more things coming over the upcoming months from these different features, magic tool, etc., that also are used on a mount. Rough 8 on next patch. The boring next patch is scheduled for next week if things goes as planned. Nothing spectacular, but extremely important for us. For us, it's spectacular because the backend is gonna take leaps that is, you know, a whole new league. But obviously, that will not be visible to you guys. Hopefully, you will just be able to play the game at any large-scale amount of wars without any lag on the server whatsoever. That is obviously important for you guys, but that is a big thing on the back end. And that's been a huge task, a very huge task. Ban on Crancone is permanent. I don't know. I don't handle bans at all. Have he been a naughty boy again? There's quite simple rules to follow, and our support and GMs follow those and enforce those rules. And if you don't follow the rules, then yeah, you may get a ban from temporary to permanently. I have no clue what CrankCon have done. I haven't been watching. I get what you're saying about Mount Major in regards to future schools, but the thing is, as it stands, it's useless skill other than being able to heal your horse while running from gankers. From an offensive standpoint, you're better off getting on foot and kiting. I think bare minimum long and cast time needs to be rethought. I mean, sure, there are most likely room for refinement in cast time and all that, right? I'm not saying that's it. There's for sure room for refinement to get it a little bit, you know, on a line of balance where it could be better. It's just that we have to think how we prioritize our current focus. We all are very eager to get on in the growing phase again, right? We want action, we want exciting features, we want the house functions, TC functions, the upcoming magic schools, and so forth. And we are only 30 people still. We are slowly expanding, but we're still a small team. So we have to remember that as soon as we start hitting these very sensitive areas, we need to spend a lot of time and careful thoughts and tweaks and testing and confirming. And it takes time and resources. So if it's nothing that is, you know, game breaking or broken or, you know, like that, we try to prioritize those areas that is first. I hope that makes sense. And then as soon as that is under control, we can start looking what is the natural next step for us to focus on. Where do we spend all our resources and all our developers? You know, we have TC, we have auto functions, and we have additional refinement and tweaks, obviously, and quality of life. It's a mix, but we have to be smart in how we do those steps. So I hope it makes sense why we try to be spending most of our focus right now to get back in place when it comes to having an exciting roadmap, having a steady flow of progression, having a steady growth of interest in the game, new players and old players getting back and trying and exploring those new things that they have been waiting on. So we have to look at the whole picture. And also, you know, everything can quickly change in balance. It all depends. If you're a solo or a small group, everything changes when it comes to mage balance. For instance, if you precast a Flame Strike, Thunderbolt, 10 mages, you can instant pop anyone riding a mounts, but bam, you know, it's everything changes depending on amount of numbers and your tactics and your skills. So again, we need to be careful because there's so many scenarios where, holy shit, now you tweak that. Have you imagined if you do that multiple 5, you know, you're 5 people doing the same thing, or whatever it could be. There could be very severe consequences to small tweaks that completely changes the balance, and then we are there. Oh boy, you did it again, Starvolt. You overdid it. You made it over OP or over nerfed it, or, you know, things like that we learned the hard way in the first game that was a huge struggle and challenge. So we want to be careful this time around and not doing stupid things to annoy you guys doing that while we all are waiting on big important upgrades and additional features. I hope it makes sense. Hacking have always been in all MMO online games since 2010. It will never be fixed. That is correct. There will never be a cure for hackers and cheaters in the online games, period. Even Microsoft, Blizzard, the giants of the giants, the most powerful companies in the world, challenges and struggle with this on a daily basis. And it will never end. You're fully correct. Obviously, we are no exceptions. That would be very, very strange. The only thing we can keep doing, just as the giants are doing, is keep expanding tools, battling them, preventions and systems to keep it under control and get back on track. And that's exactly what we need to do. And we are doing. Rough out our next patch. Next week, if things goes as planned. It's the boring patch. I will say it already now, so you don't get crazy when we hit it, that it's not gonna be a exciting long list of cool stuff. For us to reach the cool stuff, we need to do the boring stuff right now. I hope it makes sense, even though it's not fun. We add fire gas bombs to siege weapons. Yes, there will be an alchemy component that you can throw potions, shoot different components, and yes, fire will be a big component of this. Fire will be effective against siege machineries, for instance. So yes, there will be a few different weapon types, and gas, poison, fire is some of them. I was gifted a game and didn't play more than one, but it seems a bit rough tying decks with run speed. Every character has to have it if you want to move faster than a snail. Any thoughts of changing that somehow to open up more build diversity? Just curious on your thoughts. So this is the thing. In the first game, speed was king, and that was determined by exact races and dexterity 100%. So there was like two options. That's it. This is the races you can PvP with, and this is the dex you need, period. Nothing else. We knew that was extremely limiting build-wise, race-wise, and all that, so nothing was really used. You never saw Ogmirs or different types of races on the battlefield in Modern 1, and that was obviously sad. This time we knew that we need to change that, so we made it so speed is not king in the same way anymore, and we made sure that dex isn't the hard line. This is what you need to invest all the dex points, period. Again, we see a huge variation in dex builds right now, and the dex speed differences is much smaller than it used to be, and that is for this exact reason. And again, every clade and race is viable now due to dex and speed changes. So, coming from Modern 1, you see it's a day and night difference. All races and clades are viable now, and it's far from maximizing your dex. That's not true. You don't have to maximize your dex. We have direct data input from all players, from new players to veterans, all guilds. We can see what players are running around with, what kind of clades, what kind of stats. And when we see a huge variation, especially between veterans that have been playing on a competitive level for many, many years now, that obviously gives us a very strong tell that we have a very good balance and versatility in builds and stats. So dexterity is literally worthless. So this is the beautiful thing. When someone says you have to maximize it, and someone says it's worthless, that tells it all, right? It tells it all. So I can just say with high confidence, there's a huge variation, and there's no exact meta, period. Everyone is running around with some differences, and that's excellent, because that was our intention compared to Mortal Kombat 1. So we're very happy with having that as a baseline. And then again, there's always room for improvement and refinement, and there will never be perfect balance, but we are perfectly happy to see all clays and races being used in very different ways, and that's awesome. Have you looked at where all the houses have been placed? Do you have any comments about that? What do you mean? We see houses popping up left and right all over the world. And yeah, what do you mean? What kind of comment I have to that? That's up to the players. Where do they want to live? People disagreeing on what's good or not is not an indicator that there is a balance. There are stupid people in the world after all. I mean, again, 10 years of running Mortal Kombat 1, we learn a lot on what balance means and how to balance things and how the player base use things and react to things. And obviously we try to make use of all that knowledge in Mortal Kombat 2. And when we see direct data that kind of contributes or showing that people want to play all these different styles, it tells us that they are viable for those players, or they wouldn't pick them, right? I mean, there are also cases where we see this weapon is never used, or this build is rarely used. That obviously also tells us that, okay, it may be very underpowered, and that is why no one is picking that. And that gives us the indication that, okay, we may need to do some buffs here, some tweaks here, and as soon as we start to see that the player base is using it, then again, we are starting to see that, okay, now it's worth it for some players. That is kind of our approach when it comes to looking at balance. TC coming next week? No, TC is not coming next week. TC is one of the big thing on the upcoming roadmap in the nearby releases. Next week, I call it the boring patch, so you guys don't get overhyped and expecting crazy stuff like TC or something like that, because that's not planned for next patch. Extremely important core pillars getting in place next patch, and that allows us to take much greater leap forward. It allows us to get a release date on Epic Games, start marketing, start awareness again and all that. And finally, start confirming the roadmap with exciting stuff. So you guys can see what's coming now, what's coming in the upcoming weeks, and have that covered. And TC is some of that. Isn't there like a huge lack of balance because certain skills aren't in the game yet? I wouldn't say that there's a huge lack of balance at all. I would say that we have never been as balanced and offered as much versatility and options ever in Mortal Online history, which is awesome because people are having a blast finding the different styles and opinions, and people love to disagree with each other, and that's when we have succeed. We want to hear those kind of debates between players, because then obviously we're going to see variation, and that's always fun in the game for everyone. It's cool to see sword users, spear users, axe users, hammer users. That means we have a very good balance in those weapon groups. We see pull axes becoming a popular choice. Some users are trying around with pull sword. We did a small buff on pull swords because they were never used before. Now we're starting to see some on the battlefield. We see all clays and race mixes available, which tells us we are a very good balance in clays. But yes, there are several types of components coming in the future that obviously will tie to some of these balances, but we try to make sure that they just don't outperform current builds, because that again will be obviously may cause some frustration if we are completely changing the new way of melee fighting. I mean, just for instance, it's going to be interesting. We don't know what kind of impact Tower Shield is going to have, for instance. It's going to be a huge shield, and you can cover your whole body pretty much, depending on your race and clade and size. Obviously going to be very powerful against arrows, and obviously maybe giving you a very heavy tank option that you didn't have before. So obviously those different components being added in upcoming patches may affect balance in different ways, for sure. And that's part of the game. We can never rely on having the perfect balance for everything, because that's going to be impossible and never really been the intention, because there are going to be different crazy things that are going to be viable, optional in different situations, and crazy in different ways. Wasn't this week the boring week? And where are we gonna lose more people if we don't get TCS? So the thing is, when we talk about losing players, we talked about it a little bit earlier. Like I said, we're expecting it would be natural that people are taking a break for obvious reasons or waiting on certain components, but that doesn't mean they throw away Mortal Line forever or never looking back. I mean, if some players are looking forward to the next Magic School or the TC patch or the next content or whatever it may be, ships, wagons, whatever, then obviously they may be becoming an active player when that hits the game, or simply, if you lost everything and you get tired about being killed or whatever it may be, as soon as we patch something that interests players, there's a very high chance that those players are coming back. And this is how it's been over the years, that we see a up and down curve at all times, depending on what's in the game. And if you cover everything, obviously you may be waiting for new content or a new feature. But we also, the good thing or the exciting thing is that when we add components, we add, again, more sand to the sandbox, which means it's not just a quest like in a theme park game, and as soon as you finish that quest, it's get boring again, and you're just standing there waiting on the next quest to be added, next expansion. So if we add more of these upcoming features like TC, sieging mechanics, and different types of similar mechanics, that obviously gives players more infinite amount of content to play around with in different ways over years to come. And obviously there are big components in these areas are coming in the upcoming roadmap that obviously a lot of players are waiting for and looking forward to. And like I said, again, there will be periods of time where a lot of players may take a break because one of the long anticipated game have been released. Just look at Elden Ring, huge success, huge game that millions of players have bought and played and enjoyed. It's the big buzz right now. Everyone is playing Elden Ring. I'm sure that a lot of our mortal players are playing through Elden Ring and enjoy that game because it's an awesome game. And obviously when they have beaten that game, there's a very high chance they come back to Mortal Line, right? And as soon as any conflicts happens, and if you're part of a guild and they're calling you, there's a very high chance you jump in and gonna have the fight of your life in game again. That happens every week right now, pretty much, between guilds. So that is just a natural progress. People go in and out of Mortal Line. And as many said, once you got hooked in Mortal Line, you never leave. You will take break, but you will never leave, because Mortal Line spoils you in a way that few other games does. Just like Ultima Line did for me when I started playing the first MMO ever. Ultima Line made it impossible for me to enjoy games like World of Warcraft, which is quite crazy because World of Warcraft was obviously a super success and really well done game, but very different from a sandbox game. And since I was so molded into how a MMO game should be, like Ultima Line, I couldn't enjoy the severe limitations that World of Warcraft brought to me. But they released in an era where, everything, paying on the internet, having the internet connection in a much higher reliable state, new audience being ready for that for the first time ever, that brought a new breed of MMO players that missed the early step of Ultima Online. And I'm sure that many of those are now ready for Mortal Online, and many of those old-timers Ultima players are really enjoying their game time in Mortal Online. And we have seen a steady growth since beta without us doing anything whatsoever other than constant adding features and components that we have been promising. And people have been loving their game time, and we just slowly been growing. Obviously, when we go back to that state, that is, there's a strong indication that that's going to happen again, obviously. We have a huge player base in Mortal Online, greater than we anticipated or expected at this time. We thought it would take much longer time to reach this type of player population owning Mortal Online and going in and out, a few times a day or week, being a quite active player. And we haven't really hit the sweet spot in terms of delivering exciting stuff. So I can only, say that the future is going to be exciting for anyone that enjoys a sandbox game like Mortal Online, because there's going to be a lot of cool stuff in the upcoming roadmap. And when that is deployed, there's going to be an infinite amount of gameplay replayability, and obviously just more over time. Elden Ring break. Can't wait to play more Mortal once I can share houses. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I have looked at Elden Ring and it looks awesome. It's a good game, as of what I know. But obviously, it's a pretty much a single player game with some severe or limited multiplayer abilities. Cool world to explore, but it's quite the same thing all the time, right? You fight difficult opponents. That is the core gameplay. Fighting them in a cool way. And an awesome world. But obviously, when you have done that for X amount of days and beating the game, then that's when that game kind of ends. That's the life age of that type of game. And then obviously, X years down the road, they may release a sequel to that. Mortal Online is Mortal Online for minimum 10 years of development. And every year, it's going to grow with exciting things for all playstyles. So it's always a game to go back to and enjoy in a unique way compared to most other games, I would say. Do you have a deadline? Any kind of deadline, Henrik? For example, what is the latest you can start the subscription model? When is the latest time you can release on Epic Game Store? Stain, we don't have a deadline where we are forced to take any of those steps, but obviously we want to proceed to expanding as soon as we can. Obviously, we want to be able to expand player base, expand sales, expand the team, expand the game features. We all want this, right? And to be able to do that, obviously we need to progressing into the exciting stuff again. Now we've been still since January without any exciting content really on the map patch notes. I mean, you've seen very impressive long list of in the patch notes with important fixes, updates, improvements, and small additions. But we haven't been ready to take the step towards new exciting stuff. That is obviously our main goal, to start reaching as soon as we can again, because that's what we all want in the game. So a lot of things get confirmed next week's patch. If things goes as planned, we deliver that and it works, and we can start reading that data, and that data confirms our aims. That's when we can start planning ahead in terms of what would be a suitable Epic Game Store launch date, and looking at taking down Alt Myrlands and confirming the roadmap with exciting content and post it on the website. We have looked into external network scaling solutions like Spatial US from Improbable or Hidden. If yes, why we decided against it? Yes, as soon as those became available to the public, they even contacted us. We obviously looked into that to see what have they done compared to us. And the short answer is they don't offer anything close to support our gameplay. It would mean a huge rebuild of big components to make it work, first of all, and it will limit a lot of our unique gameplay features that will make you cry and us. So it wasn't a natural step. And for us to make those gameplay features work behind their technology, we would have to spend, I don't know how many months or even years. So it would just be a huge setback and a downgrade for us, actually. We only need to get the capacity where we need it to be, and we know we can get it to a level where we're happy with fulfilling our continuous vision of how to expand our world in a secure way and still remain on the gaming feature we offer today and just slowly expand them. There's nothing like our own network technology to support a game like Mortal Online. Nothing. We have looked at the market when we started the project many years ago. We were discussing with Epic Games, and even working with a team in Epic Games to start building the network solution specifically for Unreal Engine. They were, evaluating to see, is that the technology they want to incorporate in licensing to other developers or not? We were looking into that as well. As you know, we struggled a lot with that core network in the first game. That's why we had to spend years to rebuild it from scratch to be able to do Mortal Kombat 2 in the future and have a proper core foundation in place. Now, we did not manage to run proper scales to see where those future bottlenecks may be until we actually hit the release, which caused the halts on everything development-wise. And now we're very confident in solving those bottlenecks and then continue back on the big vision and steps of the development. There's nothing like Mortal Line, and there's nothing on the horizon when it comes to technology. And it would just be a huge setback to kind of start over with something that is out there to support it. Me waiting for 6 schools of magic. You're a mage player, eh? I agree. It will be wonderful being a mage when we have 6 schools of magic in game, for sure. There will be so much options then when it comes to playing a mage. I buy all your shares if you nerf everything but my build. I'm not sure about that, not Lester. Entertainment fixing come with the next boring patch. I can't promise exactly what makes it in terms of pets improvements. We have some very important things that we will add as soon as we can. If it's this one or next one, I can't say at this point. So pets attacking other creatures that doesn't attack, that is a severe bug that we have reproduced, and now we can fix it and we work on it. Same thing with the vessel, the boss that doesn't behave correctly at all times. Now we can fix that. The goal is to fix those obviously as soon as possible, and it will be either this patch or the next one. Bastinge. Yeah, I covered that question. I see I'm falling behind again. Did you make the weapon crafting customization like MO1 had? No, it wasn't logical, and it just brought a huge amount of bad data, bad scenarios, and didn't make sense, and resources that was just a waste. What I mean with that is that you could build silly weapons, not useful, not looking good, and it just costed amount of data to be able to offer that. So we took the decision quite early on. This time, it doesn't make sense to add because we also wanted to make a next generation visual and believable scenario, which meant let's choose the different combination that fits correctly with each other, that makes sense. And again, we save performance and data for where it makes sense to offer more variations and options. So instead of that, we choose that direction so you can make proper, realistic weapons based on real life. It all makes sense and are viable and doable in different ways. but we also only offered 5 of each group so far, which, you know, limited to a few million combinations. Next, we're going to add more for each pack, maybe 5 again more in every component from weapon to head. Again, all of a sudden we have twice amount of millions of combination you can craft. And they all make sense still. Looks good, works great, and we have performance under control. So that it was the decision we took. You should try Elden Ring, Henrik. There's some cool inspiration to be taken there. I mean, I've seen quite a bit of it, reviews and streamers playing it. It looks cool for sure, and the boss fights are really cool. And I like, you know, that it's hardcore in terms of it's not forgiving when it comes to if you fail, you die, right? And can get quite frustration, I see, when players keep repeating the boss fights. One mistake and it's all over. Kind of cool that, you know, there's to a degree where that kind of is the same thing in Mortal 9. You can be very deadly and lose things easily. So it's kind of, you know, one of those hardcore components, I guess, that is quite cool and 12 millions of players have been enjoying. So that is cool. The only problem is I don't have time. Whenever I have free time, I either have energy enough to play the game and enjoy it myself, to again get first-hand experience and have fun in the game. And secondly, if I don't have the energy, I relax and just watch you guys stream the game and get a lot of joy out of that as well, but also usefulness. Question is when I'm gonna have time to play other things again. We will see. Weight loss is way too hard. Yeah, we intend to add components in both food and alchemy that is very effective in you to affect weight up and down. So you get a stronger tool in those professions to control your body weight. Should we do a little mortal giveaway, guys? The weekly mortal giveaway. What say you? Are we ready for a little giveaway? Holy shit, I'm behind. Nah, Murto, okay, I'm gonna remove you from the giveaway then if you don't want to. Alright, let's see. Where do I have it? So... Bam. Explanation mark MO2, guys. Explanation mark MO2 to participate. Let's spam it. Let's give it a few minutes and then we hand it out.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Amigo, thank you for the subscription. Description. Have to go to bed. Work tomorrow. Happy birthday and good night. MacGyver, thank you and have a good night. What is the giveaway? Mortal 9 2 copy. So you get the game and a month for free in this giveaway Steam key code. Let's see who is the lucky winner this time. Do you have any plans on supporting the Steam Deck? I'm not sure how Steam Deck work. I haven't had the time to look into it at all, what that entails and what the requirements are. We are looking to push Mortal on multiple the different platforms. You know, the next step is Epic Games Store. We are looking in different regions to promote the game where there's an interest, both from players and publishers, to again slowly put Mortal on the world map and distribute it and make awareness worldwide, and aim for the top in terms of leading this true sandbox genre of MMOs is the long-term goal here. Steam Deck, I have to read up more on what that entails exactly. I haven't really had the time at all. So I don't know at this point. Not too many bugs there are. I mean, we're crushing bugs every patch in a very rapid time without adding. We haven't added anything new pretty much since we released, because we want the server capacity in place, full stability, and we are removing all those bugs that are, you know, number one issues that affects most players. We are crushing them as fast as we can in our upcoming patches. So Rob, happy birthday, buddy. Say, can you tell us what's going on around Sharktooth Mountain? Future Tagman dungeon, perhaps? I can't say. I'm sorry, but I can't say. We're removing a server next week. Already feeling better. Only getting better. So we want to be a little bit careful again, so we make sure that we don't cause problems. But yes, we plan to remove another one as soon as we can confirm our work is stable, and then we will hopefully get enough data to see where exactly is the overhead and where are we standing with the current performance with the next patch, which is a huge leap forward. Depending on those numbers, we're going to plan when we are set to remove the last one. But as I mentioned also before, we are planning to deploy or release the game on other platforms, which may result in an influx of a lot of new players, and we want to make sure that, you know, we don't run into a new queue that is pushing hard without going down. Can you keep slow mode on so we can read a bigger variety of questions without seeing the same spam question 50 times a minute? I have slow mode on, don't I? It says slow mode. Ashtava cracks. It is slow mode on. And with the TC updates, will houses for groups and strongholds be a whitelist to enter or still a key? So we're looking to add password options for you guys to access certain things in houses, strongholds, and keeps. I think that is an excellent option for you guys. We're gonna get pet riding overall beast master needs some loving. Yes, you will see that on the upcoming roadmap and schedule. How many players can main hell now? I'm not sure yet at this point. So we have done a slow grow, and we wanted to see. So the problem was before that we could add a lot of players, you know, well above 2,500, but as soon as large groups were changing nodes or having a big fight, a certain bottleneck hit the roof very quickly, and that was when you experienced a huge delay on the main server. Obviously, we want to make sure that that bottleneck of data doesn't affect the whole world when something like that happens. And so far, we had some huge fights on a patch night, which so far showed us that we are way above that threshold. Now we're slowly increasing the player population as well, along with those, to see where we naturally are number wise. It's gonna take a little bit of while, and we also have better tools and eyes now to see those different types of bottlenecks. And next week's patch is a huge leap forward, because then we can scale the specific battle performance of nodes on multiple CPUs and scale it pretty much infinite amount of CPUs, which is a huge leap forward that kind of removes that kind of bottleneck. So that is what we're going through right now with next patch, which is super important for us for the main component performance. Do you think the location is the UK remains for the next 10 years? I'm not sure what kind of option we will have in a few years. I mean, we have Starlink is interesting for us because it kind of connects everyone worldwide in a similar latency setup. So that is something we're gonna test as soon as it becomes available for us. What does Ogmin lands look like? So Ogmins have home lands on Milland, actually. They live in the mountains. Talus Mountains, for instance. Huge underground areas in the Milland Mountains. And the Blaines also lives on Nordveldt, along close to, along with the Collards in the cold continents. I'm cut behind again, I see. Let's see, another one. Does MO2 work on Linux? It does. We do sell the game on Linux. We see that on the Steam data. Not many per day, but quite a few every now and then. So apparently it works. So we don't actively have built and confirmed any support on anything else but PC Windows. You know, that's what we had our resources to. So we can't say pretty much anything else than that. But players are saying it works fine and they managed to do it, so it seems to be working. Console players and PC players on the same server. If we are to run Mortal on consoles, then yes, it will be on the same world, just as everything else. One world, baby. Oh my god, Neff, another one. Thank you for the subscription. Does that Prime subscription includes access to that Prime network? Do you know that, guys? I'm just curious. Dragons anytime soon. Soon, trademark copyright. Now we're slowly building some, obviously, epic components, because we know that the code part are slowly reaching a certain tier. Tier 3 is the big AI stuff. So obviously we need to make sure we have graphical content in time for when that the code reaches that level. So, you know, slowly but steady. Can you please place guild chest in strongholds? Yes. We're getting specific options for house and stronghold users to give access to co-ownership, but also to friends in an efficient way, and guilds. Villa overpowered lol. The clades are so universal compared to others. It's awesome to see there's a next flavor of the month rotating since beta, since the last update on our clades gifts as well. That just tells us we're pretty solid balance wise when it comes to clade preferences and options. Yeah, I want name options on cooking dishes, potions, and bags. Our guild chest locked behind owner keep ownership. It's gonna change. You're gonna get different types of options and access for your group and guilds on houses and strongholds as well. That's on our near schedule to give those types of options. We know that's a huge wanted feature. Saturday 9 p.m. you will be 100 versus 100 player fight. Luco, I'm very much looking forward to it. Saturday though, I'm gonna celebrate my 40th day, so I will sadly be missing that, which is very sad because I would love to monitoring that real time on our current build. That's gonna be an interesting big push on a node that I'm very eager to see how it performs with the new upgrade. And then I want to redo that the next week after the next patch, and I want to crank that scale up even further. So maybe we can organize a huge fight for everyone that is interested. 14th birthday, yay. Arcane drama, yeah, 14th. I'm breaking my tongue. Yeah, I wanna promote a big fight on the next patch. I hope all you guys will be there to help us to push some crazy numbers so we can see what that multi-threading on the performance does to us. Does MO2 work on Linux? I heard it does. Yes, we haven't fully supported or tested it, but people are saying they can run it on Linux. So apparently it does work, yes. And we do sales going on Linux system on Steam Charts as well. We will remove one of the alts after we see that our next patch is running stable. Is guard mode for pets coming soon? I hope to be able to add those commands along with the Beast Mastery work we're gonna do as soon as we can also. So again, I'm pretty sure you're gonna see all these things on the roadmap so you can see where you can expect those coming in. We have some Beastmaster stuff, and TC is some of the big components that you guys wanted us to deliver first and all. So those are the high prioritized order. Is that CPU scaling automated or does it require intervention? It is automated as long as we have given it the amount of CPUs. So we're going to give it a lot of CPUs, and then we're going to follow how that scale off depending on what you guys do in game. And this is the biggest challenge. And you know, having one world, the players can do crazy stuff on one location. That is the biggest challenge, and that is where we have been suffering a bit. But this is why we knew that for us to handle this, we need to have a clever system that can scale up very quickly. So obviously, if we see that we're running out of CPUs, there need to be a roof that doesn't allow more connections until we have deployed more CPUs to be sure that we can handle more than that. So that is what we are adding now. Are you guys planning on expanding your dev team further? Yes, we are. It's a slow but steady process because, like I said before, you know, you can be a passionate game developer, but it also could be that it's not really what you had in mind when you see how we build stuff in Multiline, because Multiline is two components when you are a developer. One is the client side and one is the server side in all features in the game. And normally when you build a game, most devs only build the client side because, you know, that's how you commonly build a game. It's single player or multiplayer. But when it's MMORPG, there's a whole server component that is a completely separate thing that handles like at least 50% of everything in the game. And that is a whole new component for a developer to learn and also build when we're building any feature in the game. And then we have, it's our custom network solution, and it's a very specific pipeline. So it's a process to learn and get into that. It takes quite a while. And obviously our lead coders can only dedicate their time in teaching so many at a time. So we are expanding slowly to invest in the future for the long run, so that we are stronger down the road with even more developers in that specific area. And then obviously hiring art developers is more straightforward, the classic way. You can look at the portfolio to see how is the animation, how's the VFX, how is the 3D modeling and texturing and all that, and, you know, go on from there more traditionally. So we are reinvesting obviously the fundings we're getting into the project and into senior developers. Dominate be available before Beastmaster. So Dominate will be activated, but the strong component where you can utilize some of those crazy beasts, you need Beast Mastery to utilize those attacks, and that is also due to pure balance. We want player skills to be a factor here. When you're to use powerful things, it should be tied to player skills and specific tools. That is the kind of the balance counter here. So it's not just as it was in the first game, click attack and then just be passive and it does crazy damage for you. That is changing this time around with specific components and player skills that you have to be very active in playing it correctly to make use of a powerful pet, because it can also be a severe consequence if we do that wrongly. So that is our way and approach of adding exciting and powerful creatures to use as pets and weapons, but also how we enforce player skills and balance into it this time around. How long it will take for second content after backend is good. It's hard to say. We are working very hard on this. So as you know, we are planning to take the step over to Unreal 5 as soon as they have a stable and ready build for this. And so obviously we're preparing everything to be converted into the Unreal 5, and also that the future continent is prepared for that. So that is something we work on now as well. Some of the guys are working in that progress on Unreal 5 and working on the new continent, and also converting the current continent. We're pretty much maxed the size on Unreal Engine 4. What does an overload server node cost the entire server to lag? So the different components that are communicating with each others, and when there becomes insane amount of packages being sent in these different steps, there's been different bottlenecks where these packages became way too large to be handled in the right time, which means they're starting to queue. And obviously when you're queuing important commands and they are sending in a queue, that means there's a delay. If you remember when you were casting a spell or sitting down, and it happened a few seconds after when we were struggling with world lag, that was due to that bottleneck hitting a queue in the communication between the servers. So we have improved that queue threshold by more than twice the amount, almost 3 times the amount in this current patch we did this week. And the next patch week is even more important because that's when we can multi-thread these packages throughout different infinite amount of CPUs. So as you can see, that removes the bottleneck in that area that have been the main challenge between the systems and nodes and servers. So in short, that is the reason why the entire server were lagging. Oh, I'm lost. Hi, Henrik. Belfast. Hi. Are you lost? Immortal or what? Nep79. Thank you for the subscription. Can I play more line on my Samsung washing machine? If you played using GeForce Now, then yes. That's the cool thing with GeForce Now. Cloud gaming. You can play it on anything, even a crappy computer from 1999, as long as you can run GeForce Now on it. It's pretty cool. It's working like magic. Thanks for the game. No complaints here so far other than everyone crying. Tokes42. I don't think everyone is crying actually. You know, we are all passionate. We want the game to succeed. That is why we are expressing our different concerns or reports or whatever it may be. If everyone was silent and just lurking or disappearing, that would be worse, right? But it's also like we have to remember that there's a huge player base actively playing on a daily basis, and they are not at all showing themselves on Twitch, Discord, or the forums. They're just silently enjoying the game. And every now and then they reach out in a mail or something odd like that. And that's actually the majority of our player base. It's the minority that is actually engaging here and active on Discord and such, which is really cool because it's a close communication we can have with you know, a good core of the player base. But we have to remember that it's just a minority of the actual player base we have, which is easily forgotten, that we are only hearing a small voice from the whole population actually. Shit, I forgot today was Thursday. Indeed. The weeks just fly by. It flies by. Yes, you get Prime TV with it. Ah, awesome, cool. Jesus, I'm way behind here. Way behind. How long till can live in Sadoka? I can't say at this point. It is too early, I'm afraid. When is Clay Reese becoming? I would say in our first roadmap patch somewhere very early, because we know it's important component we all need and want. I watched videos of Model 1 Sadoka. I must say I'm excited. So it was a really cool continent and quite successfully delivered, and very cool component. When we deliver that continent, you just simply have to build a bridge over to Sadoka, and that was a world event to either sabotage or make a truth to get over there to the new lands. It was a really cool event, and obviously it will be the same way this time around. The bridge have fallen due to disasters, and it's up to you to rebuild it to reach it. So you decide when you're gonna visit that land. Will it be early or late, depending on hostility around that bridge. And obviously this time it's gonna look freaking amazing. Freaking amazing, and a lot more biomes. So it's gonna be a big, nice upgrade. The team would have to work with Amazon for appropriate gifts, but since you don't have microtransactions and never will, there isn't really a point. Your team will have to work with Amazon to appropriate gifts. I'm not sure I follow here. Why should we work with Amazon to get gifts? I'm not sure I follow. I'm missing something. When the next server removal? Hopefully after we confirm the next patch that is planned for next week. As soon as it's stable and confirmed, hopefully we will be able to shut down that next one. This game to conceal realistic, it would explode. There's nothing like it on conceal. Do you mean console? Yeah, I mean the new Xbox and PlayStation is obviously extremely powerful. That's how it is. They push the limits, extremely, and it's dedicated to just put all the resources into playing and rendering the game, and then very quickly the PC hardware catches up, and so it repeats, right? But yeah, it's a huge player base. The console players is constantly growing still, and obviously will for a very long time. It's a very easy way to just connect into a game and have fun, and dedicated gaming machine. So obviously we need to look at over the situation. And like I said, there's been a huge interest since we announced our game and been getting more awareness in the world. Obviously, that awareness have reached publisher and companies worldwide, and there's been a solid interest in Mortal Nine 2, especially coming from game companies that knows that holy shit, are you kidding us? Have you done this game starting with 5 people and now we're peaking 30 people? That is just insane. They know what it means to build a game like this, because obviously many of them have done it with 1,000 times more resources than with us. And there's a reason why there's not many like us around, and many games like us around, because it's impossible. That's what everyone told me when I started the company. No, it's impossible. Just join massive, massive Ubisoft instead and work your way up. But that wasn't my intention at all. I knew that I wanted to make a game that is not on the market, and there's a huge demand for it, and it's growing, especially now in this time where people are playing more hardcore games and survival games, and all those games that are getting closer and closer to a lot of the mechanics. So yeah, we're open obviously to discuss the different options for the future of Mortal 9 and how we can secure it on a world map, how we can expand it, and there's a lot of exciting stuff on the horizon, I can tell you that. So that is why obviously we don't sit in panic mode and rushing things just for the sake of it, because there's no reason. We got a good influx of money, we are secured, we feel confident, and we have a very solid plan to reach our different steps for the now and for the future, and to finally give you the juicy content patches getting closer and closer. I think Argmar is still the master race. You think so, eh? You think so, eh? Interesting. It's a good one, I tell you that. Will the roadmap only continue when we're back to a single server? No, we will have one backup until we are confident enough that we can see exactly the capacity component, the player load on every single step. That was in the blind spot for us when we released, sadly. That's when we will be able to take that step. But the thing is also that we need to consider that when we reach new platforms, there's naturally going to be an influx of a lot of new players instantly on day one. We want to make sure that we don't sit in a bad spot again and have to re-enable an alt to get downtime time and huge queues again. It's impossible to know what kind of the different platforms, how many players will join in at day one, or if they come more spread out. So we need to consider that. And obviously, we still haven't got to the point where we can release the next continent that will obviously replace the alternate Milan, because that will be in a more right way. But there's still work left before that can happen. When can I name my bag? I can't say. Hopefully it will be somewhere on the roadmap, so soon you will be able to see when we can expect that. By the way, what's the giveaway prize? Oh, yes. So let's see how it goes. The giveaway is a Mortal 9 2 copy with 1 month free included. So you're getting the game and a month of subscription for free. Explanation mark MO2 to participate. I'm gonna pull it in a few minutes. And what about the bug played like Thursa Battlecry? So I wanted to confirm that. No one have been able to confirm this with me. The Thursa personal war scream that increases 20 strength. Can anyone confirm if it's working or not? No one have been able to confirm that with me. No one. I need to know, because depending on that status, obviously, I need to put a developer on fixing it for next patch, because obviously that is a very important buff for the Thursa, because if you think about it, that big strength overhead actually passes damage through a parry. So that's an important component for the Thursars. And it also allows you to obviously have that 20 strength that ties to damage, bonus damage, carry weight and all that, pulling a heavy bow temporarily during those seconds. It's a pretty nifty buff. There's a forum thread about it. Okay. I have to look into that, because yeah, obviously I want that to work as soon as possible. It isn't working. My strength is 119. I use the clay, but it doesn't go up to 20 strength. Okay. Then we will put that on a high prioritized fix, because obviously I want to make sure that those important clade gifts is working as intended. There's no reason it doesn't work at this point. Why don't you make this 20 strength appear in the UI? So it does work, it's just that it doesn't show it in the UI. Is that the case? Does anyone know? This is, I guess, the confusion. It's hard to confirm, if depending on what the UI shows. Doesn't seem like it works. So yeah, again, I think this is why I couldn't get a confirmation when I tried to get it for a few days. The Thursa Battlecry Clade bonus 10 damage does not work either. It doesn't stack. The UI shows nothing. Alright. Okay, no matter what, it needs to be clarified, and obviously it needs to show. It's very important to have a valid feedback and information, so everyone see what's going on, what's happening. If that's unclear already there, I think we have failed. The user interface and feedback needs to be 100% solid. It needs to show what's going on, what happens, and that it's actually doing what it's showing. So I'm going to put that on the prioritized order. Doesn't seem to count as well. So how that works right now is not really how I intended it to work, so there will be a change later. But so when you enable the taunt and hits, you put more aggro every hit. That's how it works. So it's not click it as instant aggro like that maybe you would have expected playing World of Warcraft. But yeah, that was actually an intention, that it instantly taunts them and puts instantly aggro. But it doesn't support that currently. So it just adds aggro on your damage you're passing during that buff time. So it's samey as it should be, but not really. Yeah, like, hey, Dark Slur. Just joining. Hope everyone is having a good day. Looking forward to see the recap later. Real Deef, welcome late in today's stream. Yeah, we're getting close to wrap up. So we are currently running a giveaway. Explanation mark MO2 to participate. I'm gonna pull it in a moment. You have a chance to get the game copy of Mordline 2, a Steam key code with the game and a month free included. There'll be a loading screen when going to Saruga. So we have a short, very short clearing screen when you click resurrect at nearest priest, for instance. You know what I'm talking about, this little flash and then finished. It is kind of like a loading screen, but not really. We are simply making it clear for you to understand that instead of your computer seems to be crashed, we're making it very clear, chill, you're being transported while we swap the data behind the black screen. That is most likely what we're going to have as well when you transfer to the next continent, because there's, again, a huge swap of data that's going to freeze your computer. But we are not sure what Unreal 5 is going to bring us. It could be that because there's a huge thing we are anticipating in Unreal 5, and that is the level streaming component. The system to level stream should be improved and threaded in a way where it doesn't freeze your computer on one thread. Hopefully. I'm not 100% sure about this, but that is the intention. And that means if that is working to the degree as we would like had designed it, which we hope Epic Games is doing it, that means we may be streaming this in the background, and it could actually lead to an option to remove this black screen to make it very clear that now we're swapping data, your computer haven't frozen. So depending on that function in Unreal 5, you may just have a little background threading loading when moving over to swapping data. We will see. It's a little bit too early to say for sure. Clade respec will be an upcoming first roadmap batch. We know it's a highly wanted, small, important function. When I do Thirst Battlecry, it doesn't do any sound. Yeah, that is also a feedback, lacking feedback that, you know, tells you what's going on. So we will add those quality of life or feedback function that makes it more clear. Lance down profit aggressive stance. So the stances are only on foot. The stances are not on mounts. First time viewer, Roaring Thunder. I've had a really good time with your game. It's really large and expansive, but your vision really is clear. Good job, guys. Thank you very much. I'm really happy to hear that you're new to the game and enjoying it so far. It's really awesome to hear. Sorry. Can you tell us more about Clade specific weapons and armors? So all Clades have the Clade inspired history, clothes, armor, weapons. So it's simply their style of gear, if that's what you're referring to. So, for instance, the Ogmirs have very bulky, specific design on all their armors, weapons, and clothing. And right now, the majority of the style you have is, as you can see and know and tell in the name, and also because we are Milan, the main homes of the Tindremic Empire, the Korites, and a little bit of the others. Some of the, I mean, there's home base, the Ogmirs that lives, especially the Hergas that lives in the mountains on Milan. There's a hub of homes for the Shivras.
Oh my god, another one.
But it's not really their homelands. So you see a lot of the components are coming from the Tindremic inspired empire, some of the Korites, and then some mixes or more, not very specific to one of them, and some of the Thursars. So over time, when we are doing another round of adding armor pieces, clothing, and weapon pieces, we're obviously going to pick some of the clades, and naturally, along with the continents, you will see additional more of that as well. Zero Fox, thank you for the subscription. And Jedi Knight Vulcan, thank you very much for the subscription. Clay Reset when? In our upcoming patch, not this one, but either next or next one again. One of those when we're starting to add specific features component again. And then you will see the grand schedule of our upcoming roadmap. So next week, I call it the boring map, so you guys don't get upset when you read a short list of fixes, but a huge thing on the server side backend. Again, not more than a line on the patch notes, but for us, it's a huge task, several weeks of work, but for you, it's a boring line. But as I mentioned, very important components for us to move forward. After that, depending on obviously it works as planned, everything is stable, we will finally have the meeting, go through and nail the schedule for the upcoming more exciting contents, the roadmaps, and put that on the website, and you guys finally can get the response on where you can expect those things you have been asking about for the last month or so. I better feel that huge improvement or else. Indeed. I mean, as long as you don't notice any server lag, we're good. That's the big thing that obviously and also allows to crank up the numbers, queues, and everything, and still allow for huge battles to happen without wrecking any performance in the game world. That is the big thing. So as long as you play around, not noticing any huge lag or delays, we should be good. It's fine, Henrik. You just need to detail the patch notes more and what it's focused on, because not all people see this stream. Yeah. That's why we did a little write-up and put it on the website, because again, like I said before, believe it or not, the minority of players are actually in here, just like you said, and on Discord and on the forums. It's just the minority of our player base. So you're completely right, Greg Mo. We can't forget about the majority of players that try to follow it, and actually that majority goes to our website, believe it or not. I don't know if they're old-fashioned or just don't enjoy being too close to the discussions. So yeah, we had a huge amount of players visiting our website on a daily basis. So obviously it's important that we make sure the information is posted there so everyone see what's going on. So you're perfectly correct that we need to make sure. That's why we did this little write-up, put it on the website, so everyone following the progression say, yeah, okay, good. That's what that patch entailed, the last one. Did you get the Haven bug fixed? Yeah. So there was so we removed some of the havens because we had a huge amount of them. We removed some of them, and we forgot to update, I think, one of those havens that put you in a limbo state that just put you in a loop. So that had been updated today. That allow you to finally get into Haven. So a few people that had that as their last Haven and tried to log in got in this loop. So that should be fixed now. if we use Star Wars history as a predictor or on whether they will actually fix game-breaking bugs or not, then we are doomed. I mean, obviously, we learned quite a lot over the 10 years of working with the first game, and I think that absolutely majority of you guys that have been here throughout the beta, I think most of you guys are just as impressed as I am with our progression and what the team have done. So are the whole gaming industry, in fact, which is quite crazy hearing from giants. You know, congratulations for pulling off the impossible things. We have delivered faster than the giants in the world throughout the whole beta, huge content and features, and it's been working extremely well to be a beta. And the speed have been warp speed, and you know, it's been quite awesome, and it kind of showed for itself the huge difference from the first game in development pipeline experience, and people were having a blast because it happened so much. We were pretty much delivering content every second week that a huge company is delivering in almost a year. We put them to shame. That was their own words, some of them approaching us, and we had to slow down. I could assure them that we can't just run in that warp speed, especially since we are live. We need to be more careful, but it spoke for itself, I think. So, and yeah, pretty much everyone being part of the beta, we're saying that we were pretty much killing it. Almost 80% of our patches were hitting the deadline as well without delaying. I think we had like 3-4 delays throughout that whole year of delivering every second week. And we're talking about features that are huge features. You know what I'm talking about if you were part of the beta throughout the year. I love the game. It's the first MMO I played where RP is encouraged and supported. It's not just about the PvP. Fair math, you're absolutely correct. We have a rapidly growing RP community, which is just awesome to see. And yeah, they're having a blast in the game. And I think some of the core component offering that in a unique way makes it very exciting and unique. You know, first person only, VoIP, you know, 100% freedom in the game. Gives excitement, dangerous paths, and yeah, you never know what path you may cross. And a lot of RPs players are joining, and that's just awesome to see. Whole guilds forming, RPing throughout the world, engaging in PvE, PvP, everything. It's really awesome and exciting to see. And it's easy to get caught in it as well, playing along with it and RP along with it, even though you may not be the typical RP player. We have ways to adjust radius of voice, like say, shout. You mean in the VoIP? So the thing is actually, the VoIP we have built is very sophisticated. It's one of a kind and it's custom built for Mortal Online. It uses the same rules as in real life, which there's a calculation, a math behind how sound travels in air and how it dies off. And there's also a strength calculation. So if you're talking like this loud, the volume gonna be lower as well when you're talking VoIP. But if you really shout, it's gonna have a louder volume as well and power, and that actually increases the range. So it's quite sophisticated. You know, there's room for some tweaks and refinement again when it comes to the range, etc. But it's using real life math behind how sound travels. So if you shout, you actually reach further in VoIP. So it's pretty sophisticated and working very well. It's a really cool system. Mortal Voice Chat is definitely one of a kind. Yeah, it's been very solid and it adds so much. And again, there were so many services offering VoIP for a game, and they all wanted us to license their services. But when we looked into them, they had such a severe limitations that it wouldn't have given us the freedom of a real live world where you can just scream and communicate. So, and also again, performance. They were just supporting the biggest VoIP system out there. Services have a very severe limit on how many can talk to each other, and there's a cost tied to it. So we knew very quickly, no, we need a custom-made VoIP because we want the freedom. We want the mortal road, just as in many other areas. About a quick mute button, yeah. So there's a few quality of life functions we're gonna add for sure to give you better control. Yeah, there are for sure room for some of that quality of life functions. But there's a mute. If you target someone and write /mute, you can do it, and you can also do it with the name. So you can mute specific players as long as you identify them, pretty much. You all went overboard and allowed cross-alt VoIP. Yeah, that was actually a mistake. There's idea on all the servers, and obviously those are wrong, so they pass over. So yeah, obviously we intend to fix that in one of our upcoming patches to correct ID to limit that. It's a little ghostly, scary sometimes hearing a voice sneaking up on you. It's been quite hilarious actually hearing that ghost voice, but yeah, a little strange. Exactly, mute someone cross world. That's where it gets out of control. For streamer's sake, can you add hotkey to toggle on mute all VoIP? Yeah, it's a quality of life. I guess we can add a hotkey that goes into settings and toggle it on off. That will be effective for sure. There's several of those suggestions that is solid, I guess, that we can offer in the options hotkeys. We just need some time to cover them. But yeah, I see that is a useful one. Why do lances on horse do less damage? Yeah, that is one of the balance things that we see. There's a weakness that we need to buff and work a little bit on to get them up on par where we want them to be. And is it okay to use the report bug feature for reporting issues with the map, like trees stuck inside rocks? Yeah, it is. So all these reports that you send in goes to the developers, and I have a whole art team crunching through all the world petitions when it comes to floating stuff, holes in the world, stuck locations that are death traps. You guys have been submitting many of those, which is, we are very happy that you have been submitting those, because our artist is killing through that list, and you see those going in every patch as well, just polishing and improving in the world. So thank you for that. All right, guys, I think it's time to pull the giveaway. Okay, last 10 seconds, explanation mark MO2 to participate, and then I'm gonna pull the winner. Last chance, guys. I see many people say there's nothing to do in the game. I'd like to see some statistics on how many characters have killed at least 7% of the mobs or have 15 plus clade. I mean, there's a lot of things to do in the game, and the thing is, the beauty of Mortal Online is that there's always something to do. Even though you have, you know, finished your character and all that, there's always something crazy to do in the game. You know, solo or pull up a team, crew, do some dungeons, and you never know what you will run into. Auto players, conflicts, or whatever. Go to hotspots to have PvP. There's always something to play around with if you want to PvP or PvE, and there's always something to explore and examine and learn deeper into when it comes to crafting and experimenting with crafting. That never ends. It's never ending, pretty much, and that's one of the beauty of Mortal Online. It offers that no other theme park especially doesn't offer. But yeah, we have some big components and exciting features that will add a lot more to those options for all types of playstyles. We added the journal for you also to see, kind of keep some track of, okay, shit, I can do this and that, I can discover that, okay, that's interesting. That kind of also tells new players that doesn't know what to do or collect or discover, that kind of helps them or point them in a direction as well. And yeah, they're all logs, so we may be able to do some world stats to kind of show as well what's going on in the world, who was the first doing this and that, some cool stuff. But we simply haven't really had the time to prioritize that on top of the stuff we work on currently. Usually dungeons are a waste of time because there are constantly hackers clearing them before anyone can limit you. So this latest patch, I can tell you that we banned a lot. And not only that, we are, preventing them from getting back. That have been one of our highest priority behind everything else. And that is something we don't, discuss or post about or giving any clues or hints. But it's part of the back-end stuff we're working very hard on, because that is our number one enemy. And we will never ever forgive them, because they are, sabotaging for our future and our livelihood. And that is serious crimes. So, we just urge and are happy that no one ever supports them, never buy their shit. And report them if you see them doing crazy things. And we will get them out of the game as soon as you possibly can. And not only that, we'll punish them, and we're working again with Epic and Valve to fill those holes and security areas that they bypass to make sure they don't get easily back. And also, again, more checks and a system that prevents their shit from working. So it's a constant work in progress, sadly, but necessary in all MMO games and online games overall. But yeah, we are getting much better control of it. And, hopefully you will be able to see that slowing down heavily from this patch on already, and also the next one and further. Theme Park MMO players come here saying the game is driving me nuts. I mean, Theme Park game is so specific because, level 1 to 10, you're in this zone and then never ever again. So that means after a while, 90% of the game world is completely dead because it's low levels, right? That never happens to Mortal 9. There's always the same hotspots, always the same locations that attract different players, and rotation of players and transportation and traveling. That makes it so much more alive and interesting. Obviously, when we shut down the alts, that's gonna force higher population and more dense population. And our player base is quite mixed when it comes to wanting that or not wanting that. And that obviously shows if you're more into a conflict player or want to avoid a conflict player. And that's, one is not right or wrong, it's just the preferences of the players. Because again, Mortal 9 is not just made for PvP players, it's made for true sandbox players. And that involves everything from crafting, conflicts, PvE, PvP, everything else, trading. So obviously there will be those that want to avoid it at all costs, and there will be those that want to find it at all costs. So yeah. Quote from Henry after report clear as day hack as a video. This is a very rare bug. If you refer to the ghost avatar bug, then it is a bug. If you refer to someone speed hacking or shooting 10 arrows a second, then it's a hack. We are very well aware of exactly what's going on in the game, and we have been working on it day and night to stop it, punish them, and prevent it. And that's going live from this patch and the next one with improved protection. And like I said, we banned, I don't know how many, if it's up to 80 accounts since the patch And you know, it's getting harder and harder to do crap, and it's gonna cost them. And yeah, we're getting them. We're shutting down the alt server, so hopefully we will shut down all but one alt after this next patch. Everything running stable, and then depending on the data and what kind of numbers we're looking at, that will help us to, you know, figure out how we do with the last alt server. So because we're also looking to release the game on Epic Games Store, multiple platforms, etc. So that will entail additional influx of players, and we want to make sure we can handle that influx of players as well without any issues. So we will see after the next patch.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Spoof, thank you for the gifts. And Ximeng, thank you for the subscription. Go stream. Thank you. None of the industry giant has congratulations your progress. You are a very foul creature. How do you know that? So you think that when I'm talking to... We've been very closely working with Epic Games over the years. And obviously they know us since the first game. We worked with them since, what, 2007. Making friends in the gaming industry. You don't think we talk to each other and see what every party is doing, what they're building and doing, and what we're doing and building? You know, in the industry, you make friends. That's just simply how it works. And anyone that is making games knows exactly what it means to make a game like Mortal Online. And if you worked in the gaming industry, you would know exactly what this means to do what we have done with 5 people from start. And if you don't think we have done something unique, exclusive, and impressive, then, you know, fine. That doesn't bother us. But you know, like I said, we know a lot of game developers in the world, and I became, you know, I talked to Mark Rain, the vice president on Epic Games, almost on a daily basis when I started Star Wars, because I wanted to use their technology and build a relationship with them. So obviously over the years I've been talking to him on and off, and he's one of them that is, you know, quite impressed of what we've done. He knows what it means to make a project like this. And they are a team of, you know, when we started working with them back in 2008, there were, you know, over 100 people at that office when we visit them. And, you know, he always said, send these to your QA team, send these to that team. And I said, okay, I'm going to send that to Sebastian, or I'm going to send that to Eric. And he laughed because he forgot about that. We are not a team of people in every category. We are one people in many categories. So yes, I can with high confidence say that a lot of major companies and developers have congratulated us and been extremely impressed of what we have managed to produce with nothing, with no resources whatsoever compared to those giants. And you know, I'm just saying it because people have been touching this debate. I'm not saying it to brag, or I have nothing to profit or win from saying that. That's up to anyone else to trust or ignore, pretty much. Right, shall we do the lottery? I think it's due time. Have you guys considered doing anything like 1K and 2.5 ticket donation for MO1? We will see. We will see when things calm down and we are more on the... when we're back on the roadmap, pretty much. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Nabu. Keep going. Indeed, we will never stop going. I can tell you that. All these years of hard work, and now we're getting into the exciting stuff. You know, this is the beginning. This is the beginning. Did you use an... Thank you for the subscription. Well said, Lord Henrik. Thank you, Greg Mo. Lots of people knows what's up. Thanks for the hard work so far. Thank you. Much love. You're really doing great. Go on like this. Thank you. Longest 10-second ever. Yeah, all right. Let's do it now. I've delayed it enough. All right, guys. Expedition Mark Ammo 2. Here goes the key giveaway. Let me start it. Best 10 seconds though. All right, so now a few more pops in the last minutes when I remind everyone. Okay, 10 real seconds this time. All right, 8, 6, 4, 2, and here goes, guys. Here goes. Every time I say that, I'm gonna start it. Even more pops in and write it. But you have more chances, guys. We have more upcoming giveaways, and I'm actually planning a big one soon again with some juicy hardware stuff as well. That was very successful and a very fun day to have that huge giveaway day with crazy hardware stuff. So we'll do some of those again as well. All right, here goes. I'm starting the lottery. Good luck, guys. Klicka för fan. Good luck. It's time. Who will it be? Good luck all, indeed. Good luck. All right, let's go. Let's go. Launch video will be when we launch on Epic Game Store. Congratulations, Abubu! You won a mortal copy. Congratulations, Abubu. Can you do me a favor and send me a DM here on Twitch TV? Rigged. How are you doing, mate? I'm good, thank you. I'm just recovered from my cold. I had a few rough nights and mornings, but I'm good again. I'm back on track. Abubu, is he in here? Abubu. I don't think he's in the chat. Let me see. Where do we have Abubu? Boo. Are you here? Can you hear me, Abubu? He just went to his son. He's sick. Ah. But he's here. I'm sending a message. Abubu. Are you here, mate? Are you here? Oh wait, it was a sneaky number actually. It was a 0 and 1 O. That made it sneaky. Sorry about that. Now I got the right one. Abubu with a 0. Yeah, exactly. I was writing Abubu with O's. Congratulations, Abubu with a 0 in the last O. I'm gonna leave you city code. Ah, there we are. Let me bring that code, and you will be able to add product on Steam, you know the drill. And get a copy of Mortal and a free month. There you go. Boo Boo, may I ask you, are you a veteran or new? I'm always curious who's winning a key. I guess most are veterans or long-time followers in here, even though every stream brings a lot of new ones. So I guess could be either way. Damn, forgot about stream today. Every Thursday, man. Every Thursday. Gotta put that in your calendar. Because we're gonna announce some big planned streams eventually. It's been a little bit chaotic still lately, but we're gonna pre-announce some of the upcoming big streams with some exciting giveaway stuff as well, so you don't miss those. So playing Mortal Kombat 2 beta, but didn't play more than one, so fairly new to the Mortal universe. Then I would say a boo boo. Awesome tier, but then you know your way around at least in Mortal 2. Make a vote. All right, let's make a vote. Let's see how it looks in here currently. I don't have too many people online, but let's do a little quick. There. Cast your votes. Cast your votes. I'm interested. I need to mode 2 or a Vet Pro. Let's see. Let's see. Is Boo Boo the first winner today? Will there be another one? Only one today. Only one today. We have. I'm gonna see if we're gonna have some hardware giveaways. Maybe next one. I'm working to try to pre-schedule a few of our upcoming streams with some exciting stuff, some other giveaways to spice things up. Cast our votes here. Yeah, so if you click, there's a poll, current poll going. You should be able to click that and cast your votes. If you can find that. Yeah, the top of the chat should be a poll you can click on. When we get working text filters for the auction house. I'm not sure when. We have to go through that as well. There's so many things we want to hit, right? Everything from reaching both good features and functions, but also reaching those new features. Have I played Shadowbane? I did play it briefly many years ago when it was new. I think that it didn't release in Europe, so if I'm not mistaken, at least when it was new, so it wasn't the best experience for me. So I didn't really invest in it. But a cool game. I was interested in it and wanted to play it. But yeah, new to Mortal 9 is actually more than veterans currently. Quite surprised. I thought we would have a heavy Mortal Pro lead, but it's actually the opposite currently. Maybe the veteran got tired of me looping many same questions. And since we don't have the upcoming roadmap and exciting stuff yet, maybe they get bored of me. I don't know. Have you played Mordhau? I have mastered Mordhau and Age of Chivalry. All those games when they first started. And obviously, it's an interesting story when Age of Chivalry first hit. Some of their developers reached out to us when we started to produce Mortal Island 1 and got building up a community behind it. And they wanted to help us because they saw that we made something quite unique and cool. And after they kind of figured out how we build it and all that, they used the same engine and built Age of Chivalry. Quite strange. A little surprising. So, you know, we're very early on when it comes to the control scheme of how to fight in first person. We were experimenting with that a lot when we started the project. And then after some developers have tried our game, they made those games. And then we saw Mount & Blade and more of those. And then eventually we reached to Mordhau, Age of Chivalry 2, I think, and yeah, the next. So it was quite first thing when we hear, they should make it like Age of Chivalry, it's better, and with holy shit, we made it first, and then some of them were very, very inspired by what we did in the same engine. But there's a big difference why we fully understand why some say that it should be more like those games. The big difference is those games are single player and multiplayer network protocol, while we are doing a massively multiplayer network protocol, and that's a huge difference. You can never have the same replication of network as in a multiplayer game like as in a MMO game like Mortal Online. And that means you have to kind of tweak this combat system to work behind a certain latency and inbuilt prediction ping normalization. And that is the magic and challenge behind our combat system. It's insane that it works so well from Australia to London players, and that is because of that system. But there will always be this kind of small disconnection. There's a distance where, you know, hit registers, etc. And there's always a constant small delay inbuilt. And that is the nature of how the network works. And you can't just magically get around that and say, make it like Chivalry, you know, because it's like saying, make a square ball bounce as a round ball. it's not possible. And if you don't know the technical part of that, then obviously that's why you would ask that question, and that's nothing strange with that. We understand that. But what's a little bit frustrating is that it's so close that they say, Chivalry is a little bit better, it's tighter, it connects better. Yeah, it does. We agree. But we're so close that you expect it to play like that. That's an achievement in itself. We kind of like honored to hear that. Okay, we're actually competing with those games. That means we are actually close enough that people compare them. And that's impressive. But I think it's important to understand the component that this is a large-scale MMO. You can be 400 on the screen fighting in a very high detailed trace. We were the first game to build a real trace swing in real time, and where it hit, it connects and it makes a difference and component. And then you got Chivalry and Mount & Blades after that, and they tried our game early on and were very inspired by it. So if we made our game in a network game only, you will have it 100% tight the same way as in those games. But obviously that will not give us a MMORPG game. We want to build a world with large-scale combat being a possibility and still a true sandbox game with everything else that makes the game unique. Does MM mean mounted archery? Yes, it does, Pat Riot. Yeah. I don't know how, but I'm happy that I can play the game. I'm from Brazil. Yeah, I mean, obviously there are locations in, I guess, Brazil, Australia, where you may not have a fully reliable connection or a constant quite high ping. And there's a small difference. You will notice where that difference is when it comes to blocking, for instance. That's the biggest component. There's a little bit room for us to add some components that will improve this further. We're actually working on the movement prediction as well to secure some part of it and make it a little bit more polished. But again, there's always a latency that have to be counted for that will result in this is why you have that there's a few seconds of time where it can be a parry or blocked. The whole system is built around getting around a constant latency, because again, our unique concept is one world, everyone is playing in the same world and on the same term, and very closely same term when it comes to latency as well. And that's extremely impressive. In the first game, Australian players couldn't play the game at all at the same term. They had to adapt to Magic and not play PvP as a melee player at all as it was now. We managed to reduce like 500 latency from rebuilding the core of the network and built up prediction system and ping normalization system. And then all of a sudden, bam, Australian players can actually compete as a melee player that they've never been able to do before in the first game. And that's a huge achievement, huge. So we are very happy with having that core on a very good, solid level. The XP or archery works when? Never. We don't intend to change the logical and also what is unique to Mortal Line. You know, there's that is a makeup story about dex should be archery, strength should be sword users, the classical, right? The classical knight games, all that. When we built Mortal Line, we wanted to make everything unique but still follow some logic in real life scenarios. So people that you just have to think, if I want to pull a heavy bow, do I need to be strong? Yes. Okay, great. And that's it. How do I make steel? How do I make it in real life? You do this and that, and then you get steel. All right, you do that in Mortal Line again as well. So we try to follow that and make that interesting and unique, but also it follow logic. So I sat down with Mats very carefully when we started to design these things, and we wanted to move away a little bit from the traditional magical invented stuff just because, you know, that's how they done it and everyone is following. We're not following that. And also, as you can see, Mortal 9, we're not following the theme park game era either. We're making Mortal 9 true sandbox game, and we do things our way, which is quite different from many other games. I fully agree to that. And maybe someone, you know, everyone doesn't agree to that, and that's also understandable. But I want you guys to at least see where we're coming from and why we want to do some things here different from many other games. And you look like you could be the face of Just for Men beard dye. What the hell does that mean? What the hell does that mean? And no gray hairs have sprouted from the stress yet. That's amazing. I am getting gray hairs, but of course, stress do add to that. But you know, in what is it? In 20 minutes, I'm turning 40, and of course, that should mean me getting gray hairs, or it would be odd, right? I'm thankful for being blessed by having both a good beard and hair, and turning 40 in a moment. Oh shit, you're old. Thank you. Thank you. Happy birthday. Thank you very much. Your birthday's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. He's saying you have a cool beard. All right. All right. I'm turning 36 Saturday. Happy birthday, dude. And happy birthday to you too. Soon 40. You just gonna, in a blink, you're gonna be 40 as well. It's almost scary. It just feels like time is passing faster and faster every year. You know, feels like yesterday that I started Star Wars. That was back in 2005. And it feels like in yesterday I first started playing the first client-based MMORPG game in the world, Ultima Line, beta player back in '96, playing a 28.8 dial-up modem, being the first Swede playing as a beta in the American origin company Ultima Line. Exciting times. That were when it all started for me. And then boom, I was born in '96. Is it Generation Z in here, right? Or what is the generation called? I'm in a generation millennium. Gonna hit 42 in June. Ooh, almost there. Yeah, it feels like when we hit 40, it feels, right? It feels, holy shit, we're getting a bit old now. We're not kids anymore. We're not teenagers anymore. Generation Z was 96 and onwards. Yeah. What is the generation millennia as well? It's also a letter. What is it? Like generation... What is it? I don't remember. It's also called millennia, right? When you're from, what is it? 80, 70 something to 96. You're the ultimate geek that succeed in this geek stuff. I'm not sure about that. I'm not the traditional geek CEO of a game company, but I agree that in one way or another we have succeeded to move forward in a very exciting future. But it's been far from a walking path, easy path. It's been a huge challenge for so many years. Which server did you play? I started on Chesapeake or Chesapeake or however you pronounce it. And then years later, I think it was like 10 years later or 8 years later, they opened up the Europe server and I continued playing there for a few years. So I played in total around 10 years, quite actively. It's Henry's birthday in 50 minutes. I'm turning 40. Ah, shit. It hurts a little bit to say it. You know, being a 30 was quite okay. You know, felt like I'm still young. But now I'm hitting the 40. It feels a little scary. What the hell happened? Boom. All those years. I'm 93. I'm a millennia as well. Yeah. It went in 96 as the millennia generation. Yeah, but they're also called generation... What the hell are they called? There's also a letter or millennia generation. You deserve more than Zuckerberg. I would be, I would be happy not only for myself, but for the whole community, the team, to, really show that it all paid off. It all paid off the hard work. And not only for us, working so hard on it, but also for you as gamers to enjoy your time in a very healthy, growing, exciting game for many years to come. And this is just the beginning. This is, the starting era of Mortal Online. We have a lot of exciting features on the upcoming roadmaps. The first MMO I played was EverQuest. I never got into EverQuest. Like I said, I was hooked into Ultima Line for 10 years. I did play Star Wars Galaxies when it released, and so I played those a lot. And then I played a little bit, or quite a bit on and off, believe it or not, a strange MMO, Anarchy Online. PlanetSide, I played that a lot as well. The first was amazing. EVE Online, on and off. Happy birthday. Thank you, Spoof. Camelot. H of Camelot. A little bit. Is Sebastian giving you a birthday smooch? I'm not sure. Generation Y. Yeah, that's it. Oh, let me know if it hurts. I mean, it hurts in a special way. Yeah, it's strange, you know. It's you kind of wake up that okay, now you're actually getting into middle age. There's no getting around that. But I still feel like 20 in my head. I still enjoy the same things as I did when I was 20. I'm like a child in many ways. And yeah. My birthday is 6 days, turning 64. Ooh, congratulations in advance as well. Wait till 45 and realizing you're closer to 50 than 40. Yeah, no, I mean, the time goes so fast. Turning 40 out of nowhere, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have the same conversation, and it's gonna feel like yesterday, and gonna be in the 50s next. Yeah, we just have to embrace it, right? It's going to take over CO when you age out of position in a year or two. In a year or two? What? Should I go in pension when I'm 42, you think? Isn't that a little bit too early? I mean, I'm finally reaching the point where I'm very excited in terms of finalizing the design and getting to get that in the game and see you guys enjoy those features. We're getting to those finally after all these years, so hopefully I'm gonna have some very good years before I give that over to someone else. Yeah, you missed the giveaway. I'm afraid. Today's giveaway. Gen Y, indeed. First more I got to play actually predated Euro. Was called Legends of Kismai, another casualty of EA acquiring early internet tech. Yeah, what I learned from them was that it wasn't a client-based MMO. They told me at least that Ultima Online was the world's first client-based MMO. If that's correct or not, I was very young back then, so I wasn't aware of much more than that. I came from Diablo. I played Diablo then, and then bam, out of nowhere, some people captured me in the Battle.net chat. I was hooked in Diablo 1, and they said, "Hey, you there, Henrik, are you interested in trying a so-called MMORPG? Imagine Diablo, but thousands of players in one world." And I was, holy shit, what the hell are you talking about? And I said, sign me up. And bam, Ultima Online was brought to my life. And my first experience was, holy shit, I was shaking, so excited I was to get in. And then I got in, I took 2 steps, my character froze. And I was thinking, all right, cool. And then 2 steps, my character froze. That was my experience for a few months. But, you know, I didn't complain. I loved it, even though I was playing in slow motion. It was a magical feeling. And I never reached that magical feeling again, ever. Which is, of course, sad because it's a one-of-a-kind experience. But what I noticed is that a lot of people have been experiencing or describing their first magical feeling in both Mortal Online 1 and now also in Mortal Online 2. And hearing that, people describing that magical feeling, I know exactly what you are describing, and I feel the urge of, I'm jealous because I know what you're talking about, and it's a one-of-a-lifetime experience in a few cases. And, you know, enjoy it because it's a once-of-a-lifetime. If you're one of those lucky bastards that gets to experience that in Mortal Online 2, very similar as I experienced in Ultima Online back in the days. And then, yeah, there's nothing get close to it. The only thing that fills those shoes for me, again, obviously, is Mortal Online 2. That is why we're making it, because there's nothing like it. Mathematizer, thank you for the subscription. Anarchy Online, Present, Clan, or Omni? I was playing quite a few different ones. I think I was on both sides. I was playing a few different types. Agent, engineer, tech, what the hell was the name? Almost, it was quite a few years ago. I was in there, so I forgot quite a bit of it. But I was quite hooked in that game. I don't know why, because it was almost more as a theme park game than a sandbox. But they had some cool stuff early on that was interesting. Henrik, you play PlanetSide, man. Conrad, Jory, Morkov, or Emerald? Dude, my favorite childhood game by far. I really liked PlanetSide. There was nothing like that in terms of I was flying with my team, you know, you could be a group commander or whatever it's called, and you jumped down on the base, you captured it, and you stood there on the wall, and then you saw enemy lines coming in from distance. You just stood there shooting like crazy. It was really exciting the first time when that kind of experience happened. So yeah, I really loved PlanetSide. I was playing it to death when it released. And that we also actually were very inspired by how they did their network for Mortal Online, because again, one of the first MMO game that had real-time combat. That is why I was very into that when starting planning Mortal Online as well. Conrad, Jari, Markov, Emerald. That was that the names? I don't remember them, which is strange. Emerald, is that the high-tech pink one? Markov, the shotguns. Strange, I don't recognize them. But yeah, I love that game quite a lot. Until they started to add some crazy stuff, the mech stuff. That's when I think when it went downhill from them. Kind of where it went downhill for Ultima Online when they did Trammel, Split the World, and started to intervene with that freedom, and that made it unique and exciting. Richard Garriott moved on, or simply wasn't attached to what made it great, and he were doing other crazy games. Yeah. Really like the Ultima Online feel of this game. I didn't play more than once, so new experience. This seems a lot like Upgrade Ultima Online. Yeah, and that is actually an honor to hear, because like I said, I always saw Ultima Online as the biggest, best first that kind of created everything for everyone else, you know, in one way or another. Huge fan of Ultima Online, and yeah, seeing many Ultima Online players finding their home in Mortal Online 2 instantly because they recognize so much of the core rules is just awesome. Have you played City of Heroes? No, I never played that actually. I turned 50 in 7 days, still feel like 20-year-old. That OG life. Yep, I feel you. Generation Y or Generation Y, can't I get paid a living wage? All right. You're not turning 40 out of nowhere. You grew all the way over a 10-year span. That's true. Honestly, 40 isn't that old, not in this age anyway. I've started to realize that I'm 33 now, and I used to think that was old, and you look young still. As long as we stay healthy, we'll be fine. Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, 40 is the new 30, right? We are advancing, we are, you know, moving forward. And I can't wait to renew, get younger, and still be kicking many years from now, working on Mortal Online and future stuff of Mortal Online. And yeah, I think I've been quite lucky getting a young look. And yeah, so far, knocking woods, managed to stay healthy. Yes, we will try to put Necromance on the roadmap. It's time to get moving there. Clade reset as soon as we can. Also, we will announce where we plan to have that. So again, I call the next patch, which is planned for next week, the boring patch, so you don't get disappointed when it's going to be a short, boring list, but extremely important component that we are excited about, believe it or not, because it's going to lead us to the next step, and we're going to open the capacity to a whole new level. My grandmother told me, one day you'll stop listening to loud music and give up video games. At 50, I still listen to music, turn up, and I enjoy more than 2. I think it's exactly the same thing. When I look at, when we look at the older generation, they're not as much they're not grown up with the technology and games and such. So they kind of miss that bus, right? Or miss that train. But our generation that is got more into that, I think we never gonna quit that. Quite the opposite. I think I can see myself playing Mortal 3 when I'm 90 years old with my 90 years old real life friends, doing PvP, screaming like I was when I was 30, and just acting like I was 30. I honestly think that will be the case, because we are brought up by the technology and following that progression. So I think there was a swift change when, from not using any technology. Look at the old people today that haven't got into that. They don't have that kind of entertainment, right? They listen on some radio or look at some television, and that's it. A little bit sad, because it's so fun to be engaging in games and such. And I think our generation will do that for sure when we are in old homes and chilling, playing, and I can see that happening in our generation for sure. And yeah, I listen to loud music, and I like fast car, and I like playing games, just like when I was a teenager. And I don't think that will stop anytime soon. And since no one were making a good Sandbox MMO, I had to make it myself to enjoy that game in the future. Where's the painting of the Emperor in Tinram, the one of your father? It is in Tinram. Where is it located? I can't say exactly how to find it, but it is in a building, in a large building. You can see it on the wall. Someone in here that perhaps can tell us where exactly to find it. It's a masterpiece, I think. Adria painted that painting in a honor and memory of my father that was highly supportive throughout the impossible journey in starting the company and making the so-called impossible game. And he was always a rock pillar in the background, a lot of experience, and I could back and forth talk about different things with him. So yeah, he will always be greatly missed for sure. And sad that he couldn't be present when we actually, released Immortal Line 2 and fulfilling those visions that we really couldn't in the first game. Dial-up life. Remember waiting an hour for an IM picture to load line by line. Indeed. Crazy. It feels like a whole different lifetime. But yeah, it wasn't that many years ago that was a thing. Generation Z today thinks we are crazy and lived in Stone Age, I guess. It's cute to see the Generation S not being able to figure out those old things that seems ancient for us. Or ancient for them, but are normal thing for us. I was 16 when I started with my line. My most memorable experience was a gym coming in and giving me my first axe so I could chop trees. Yep, good old memories. Henrik has been blue ball a long time. What does that mean? I can relate to this so much. First evening in UO, I was that I asked the citizens of the town how I save my game before logging off. Yeah, strange thing, right? Just to log off, wondering, will this save and be persistent? Only had it with 2 games, RuneScape 20 years ago, and now with Mortal. Awesome to hear that. I mean, I feel extremely excitement in Mortal Line 2, but there's always these little magical secrets that obviously isn't a magic secret for me because I know everything. So it kind of spoils that part of it, but there's so much other things that I really get a satisfaction of when it comes to both playing and enjoying Mortal Line, but also thanks to you guys getting that kind of satisfaction, how you experience it. And when I see you guys stream it, epic things happening, that is bringing me straight back. I got hooked on Star Wars Galaxy first MMO I played. Hard to get that feeling again. Yeah, Star Wars Galaxy, I think that was an awesome MMO as well. I played it a lot. And I was one of the few first on that server that managed to unlock a Force-sensitive Jedi Knight, Force-sensitive slot. And it was so exciting and cool that I'm refining that feature in Mortal Online too. Obviously in a different way, but you kind of know what we're expecting if you play throughout that and know what I'm talking about. I was playing Black Sun on the 10 network when I heard about UO. I've been hooked ever since. Mortal Kombat 2 feels like home. Awesome to hear. Awesome to hear. Is there plans to add more than 1 character slot per account? Not at this point, is the quick and short answer. But I understand we need deployable Lewis Mavin guns. When are they coming? I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. Mortal 9 has been my first and last MMO. Nothing I've seen come close. Greg MO. Awesome to hear that Mortal 9 I've given you that one-of-a-kind magical feel, and sadly also perhaps spoil you to enjoy other MMOs. I don't know. Black Sun, holy shit, I used to play Duke 3D on 10. Duke 3D. That's some cool old golden gems. Oh yeah, Model 1 first day in was just like that. Yep. I'm in the same boat. 3 paid account Jedi on Bloodfin. Yeah. PlanetSide was so good. PlanetSide 2 garbage. I agree. Obviously, when PlanetSide 2 released, I got interested and tried it. But yeah, free to play crumbled into hidden locked stuff. Just broke the whole thing. And that is why I don't want to do that with Mortal 9 2. I didn't want to go back to that I learned how that destroyed a real, true, pure gaming experience. So that's why we're going back to a better model for the game's protection and quality. Just as PlanetSide 1 was when it released. Do you remember Chrysler Bridge fights? I don't think so. So Galaxy was the best game ever made. I agree, it's one of the best. One of the best. It was close to touching some of the experience I got in Ultima Line. But I think since Ultima Line was such a huge build-up for me, I was young and it just opened a whole new world for the first time ever. That made it for me. And then obviously I've already had that kind of experience, so that wasn't completely new when I did Star Wars Galaxies, even though it was a solid, really fun, good MMO game. But yeah, I fully understand that many that, especially those that came first to Star Wars Galaxy for the first MMO, I can understand they seeing that as the absolute best one. A fishing trip to Jungle Camp was my best life experience. I can bet. I still play Star Wars Galaxy to this day. So when I did this emulation a few years back, I tried it because I was having very fond memories, but you know, it wasn't the same. Out of date and not really the same thing, and not. I wasn't really feeling it, you know, too out of date, and I don't know. I heard of some trying comebacks again with improved emulates and actually getting a good amount of players that are back for that, but I don't know why I couldn't really get it back. I don't know. Tron was the beginning of the end. Indeed. Indeed.
Oh my God.
Those were server names. It was Vanatern. Yeah, exactly. Vanatern, Republic, and a new Congo, blah, blah, blah. Exactly. Those three. That's why I didn't recognize it at all. That makes sense. No, those three sites I recognize. And I agree, man. BFRs ruined the game. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's when it went downhill, I think, also. It tickles me that you played it. It was my favorite game. It was an awesome game. I remember when we visited Epic Games in North Carolina, we were discussing and going through PlanetSide because, again, we were inspired by the network behind it to build Mortal Online. So yeah, that was very close to us. SVG, Star Wars Galaxies. A good old Star Wars MMORPG released many years ago. Worries that there's another sandbox MMORPG Star Wars in the works. Yeah, I'm not sure. I heard something, but I also heard it's not gonna be what we enjoyed in Star Wars Galaxies. You know Worm Unlimited, Worm Online? Yes, I do, but I can't say I have invested anything in that either. But I heard quite a bit good stuff about it that players have enjoyed. I ever spoken with Richard Garrett while developing Mortal 1 and Mortal 2. I've met him in real life. EA forced him out of my demanding server money up front, but I'm sure he'd be willing to help. No, I have never met Richard Garrett. So, no. It will be fun and cool to meet him, but no, I have not. Age of Empires was a 2D MMORPG very similar to Mortal 2. You have two options: you're alive or you're not. We ever show weak spot chance? Maybe. I'm not sure at this point. When you become 40, we can all know we will have a Mortal Online at least for another 40 years. That is true. That is true. In Mortal Online, I led a blacksmith strike because they wouldn't give the Lake Superior shard a trash can at the forge. None would be repairs or forge anything for anyone, and we yelled out as a picket line. Finally, game came in and placed us a trash can. Lol. It's the little things. Indeed. Indeed. Thank you, bro. You're all doing a great job. Also, a skill that goes on hot keybar so I can toggle Crim. I think it's good. Yeah, there's room for a lot of those quality of life functions and hotkeys. So we'll see when we can get some of those in our upcoming patches as well. What's going with the share? Just taking a dive. Soon we'll be back up for some air. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, the players that knows this type of game have a better contact with what's going on now and for the future and what our chances are and how everything is looking. I would say compared to most of the share owners that doesn't have that knowledge or insight. And also obviously they struggle with the past struggle of 10 years in the first game that we fully understand. And obviously I try my best in trying to communicate and explain exactly what's going on, and when we're actually surpassing our goals and visions and dreams, obviously that should mean a positive thing. But if you don't kind of follow or understand those steps, interpreting things in a different ways, I don't know everything, but there's a disconnect when there's a growing community and interest in the game compared to share owners doesn't following that in the same way. But obviously there's only one thing that happens here. The product is Mortal Online and the community, and as long as that is growing and we are successfully growing and moving forward, there's going to be a bright, exciting future for Mortal Online. And obviously that is usually when the share follows. So I guess that is going to show over time. and you know, just having big companies reaching out, opening up doors for us, and we making it very clear where we want Motorline to be put on the world map from now on and in the future. That is obviously just gonna open up more door and interest. So patience, I guess. Where's the portrait of the Emperor in Tinram from more than one? It is in one of the buildings in Tinram. It's not that open on the main street. It's a little bit back in one of the big buildings on a wall. I'm sure someone in here knows how to describe, how to find it, but it's somewhere not too far away from the bank, if I'm not mistaken. 103 in VR wouldn't be a bad idea. So we will have VR support in Motorline 2 along with Unreal 5 updates. So I'm not sure when and where we will put this on the roadmap or where it would be natural to put it, but there are very good support already. The only thing we need to do is address the control setup and the user interface, how that is rendered in VR, and then we can enjoy Mortal Online in VR. Remember when the first Atari came out? Good old times. My first computer was a Commodore 64. That's where I started to build games. Retirement homes for our generation are going to be incredible. Not just set watching TV, but probably in full dive neurofeedback MMOs. Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be very exciting for us to grow old using technology and also keep our mind sharp. It's a big thing, you know. Playing games and doing things, there's an extremely good exercise on your brain. There's this old myth that playing games make you crazy and dangerous and bad for eyes and brain. That is wrong. There's so many researchers that are doing tests that shows that your brain is actually growing and keeping trained and sharp and healthy if you're playing games, and that's extremely good for, you know, for an old person to engage with that, training your brain and, you know, being sharp. Three Mr. Minot. Oh my god, I'm 40, guys. I'm 40. Happy 4th. You're Excel now. Thank you very much. Duck Steelhammer, thank you for the subscription. Acadornail, thank you for the subscription. I'm a little behind here. Yeah. Shit. I'm 40, guys. That's it. That's it. Anyway, Commodore 64, all fancy. Mine was I used Apple. 64 was my first computer as well. Remember typing out code from a magazine to write games. Yeah, this similar stuff. Just got my video for Moto 1 in VR. Can't wait for it to come to 2. Incredible fun game. Indeed. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Thank you all. Thank you. I'm planning to fill the world with more and different mobs. Yes, both. Both a few new ones, but also more wildlife and humanoids. We're actually adding a new dynamic spawner. I don't know if it's this one or next one that will improve more dynamic, different types of encounters spread out in the world. Really behind? Yeah. I missed it with a few minutes. Officially middle-aged. Congratulations, man. Thank you. Boomer. I'm not a boomer yet. I will never be able to be a boomer, right? I will never catch up to the boomers. Happy birthday from a fellow 82. Thank you. Happy birthday, and I wish you all the best and good health. Thank you very much. 10 more years and you can get a discount on food at Denny's. You look young for 40. Thank you, thank you. I hear that quite a lot. I can't complain when I have to show my ID when buying liquor at the liquor store. Was quite a while ago though, since I got my beard. I think that helps a little bit. But every time when I was shaved, I had to show. I even had to show idea when I bought painkillers, the normal one from a normal store, and Red Bull, stuff like that. And that's 18, and that was just like maybe it was quite a few years ago now, like maybe 10 years ago, but still. You leveled up. I did. Level 40. And for the next year, almost old enough for a boom gang. Indeed, indeed. Missed some of the stream, but I haven't heard anything on changes on horses. Is there any planned update to horses with their stats, etc.? There been a small tweak on all horses in this latest patch. A little tweak on stamina usage, speed, natural defenses, and a little bit on hit points. Some small things. Giving them all a little bit again some differences. So play around with all the horses and see if you notice some changes of your liking. When we vote for next school, we will see. We will see. Maybe we will have a discussion about it soon to see what you think. I may wanna be able to pick two of them to really express the depth of them, because I think they could be important to have early on, and it's good value in them. And then maybe you can pick one of those two. Remember the late spawns in Star Wars Galaxy? Solid is run by Del Beast, then dead. Indeed. Got this spot 10 after my. Thank you. Are you married, kids yet? No, I'm not married, no kids yet. I have a wonderful girlfriend that I'm living with. And I'm blessed because she's one of a kind, and I know how rare that is. She have no problem with me fulfilling my life dream, delivering Modline to you guys. Yeah, we will see what the future holds. Can we get an in-game event to celebrate your birthday? Underground party at Tinram Sewers. That would be nice. That would be nice. We will see what we can do. 40 clay points to reset. I'm a millennial too. And damn, you're old, bro. Damn, we're getting old. What feels strange, what I thought about is, I don't know why, but I've looked at celebrities that I was fans of looking up from when I was growing up from as teenagers. Arnold Schwarzenegger, you know, Sylvester Stallone. Remember those movies, Predators, Commando, all those, you know, old school movies that were a big thing when I guess my generation were growing up, teenager and such. Conan the Barbarian, and seeing him today being very old, and it's a little sad, and that kind of like a wake-up call. Holy shit, I'm getting old, and all those heroes I had when I was a teenager is getting very old. I don't know, I never felt that before, but I have this little sad feeling somehow when age is sneaking up all of a sudden. Bam. Does your girlfriend play Modline too? Yes, she really enjoyed it. We had a few sessions, we played together, and the thing was, she never played a FPS game with keyboard and mouse. So I thought, nah, it's gonna be impossible, it's gonna be too difficult for her, and she's not gonna enjoy it. So I showed her everything, and I didn't want to, you know, I wanted to see also at first hand how she experienced the tutorial in Haven. I just sat next to her and saw how she figured things out, and she eventually got into the graveyard, and she just fully panicked. The walker were going at her. She never experienced that kind of thing, you know. And I thought this is gonna be a disaster. But she were looking up and down and couldn't flee from the walkers and just screaming. And I was just laughing on my back. It was hilarious to see. That would be the best streaming ever. And she was doing that for a few times, screaming and running. And it must have looked hilarious, looking up and down and trying to avoid a walker. But then after like 10 minutes, she just nailed it, and beating all the walkers, learned how to fight, and she was and I was trying to introduce her to, now you can be a tamer, you can do all this crafting, but no, I want to fight. I want to go fight. I want to go to the graveyard. I want to start fighting players. And I thought, this is to becoming a PvP player, most likely. Yeah, she beat Asmongold by far after 10 minutes, and I was so impressed because look, Asmongold is a player, right? He should be nailing it quite fast, But I guess he mostly played World of Warcraft, and maybe he also said that he don't play first-person games. I guess that's why. But I was quite impressed that my girlfriend were mastering the basics of combat at least so fast, and really enjoying it. So yeah, we plan to play quite a lot more. We're gonna group up with some real life friends, gonna build a house, and go through the different things. Hitting 30 never bothered me, but yeah, I feel a bit angsty about being 40. Yeah, I was pretty cool with 30 as well. It didn't feel like a difference, but yeah, 40, I don't know. Maybe it's the classical middle-age anxiety, I don't know, that kind of sneaks up. You're halfway there. Asmongold play Mortal 2. Yeah, I did try it in the early stress test where we didn't really have too much of introduction steps in place. So a little bit confusing, but yeah. And he was also lagging, and I'm talking about latency lagging. He was FPS lagging. So he seems to be playing on a quite old computer, and he didn't enjoy FPS games. So obviously that is a big no then for Mortal Online. But he didn't get into the first depth of actually learning combat and starting to enjoying it. And we also had a slower combat and a slower starting weapon when he tried it. So not the best experience. It wasn't polished enough to get a little bit better introduction to it. So quite rushed through getting stuck there, and then it wasn't for him. But he seemed to be impressed by the crafting, the depth, and all those other things. But yeah, not enjoying FPS at all. Obviously, is difficult with Mortal Online as it's first person only. Asman would admit he's a kind of slow to be. He says it all the time. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I know he's a WoW player, quite different, and he was quite openly with that. So, kind of set the bar for this is probably not the game for him. But yeah, it was cool that he at least tried it and showed it for X thousand players that got very excited about hearing about Mortal Online and got into the game. So, that's something. That's good. Happy birthday. Been playing Mortal Online on and off for years. It may be first thing at times, but has brought me some of my memorable gaming experience. Awesome to hear. Couples Gaming 22. And thank you. Aspen got upset he was stemming out while jumping. Yeah, I mean, that is also the thing. We noticed a lot of new players that didn't have a clue, thought that this is, Rust or action game. So they kind of got stuck on, why am I slow? Why am I weak? Why am I running out of stamina? They were missing the big core part of the game, that it's a MMORPG. And for us to have an RPG game means you start slow, weak, and without skills, and then you build on that. You expand and get better and better. That's the RPG part, right? And I think that was a big misunderstanding for a lot of new players, including Asmongold. I guess we failed on not making it clear, but we noticed that's been a challenge for us because, I mean, we say it's a MMORPG, it's a sandbox game, and practice makes perfect. There's hundreds of skills to learn and master. It should describe what that entails, right? But I guess we have failed a little bit to make it more understandable. And because we noticed he wasn't alone having the first feedback that it feels too slow, it feels too this and that. And then obviously veterans said, but look, you're a new character. I mean, when you're level 1, level 5 in World of Warcraft, you don't go beat level 10 or 20 mobs do. I mean, that's the comparison. You have to progress to be faster, progress to do better damage, progress to fight better creatures. But I guess that was a difficult step to embrace, I guess, to a lot of people, because again, I guess Online is breaking new grounds that is quite different from many other games. And what they're, I mean, when they hear a MMO game, I guess the majority think something like World of Warcraft. And yeah, I guess Mortal Online is almost closer to Tarkov and Rust in many ways compared to World of Warcraft. So I guess that is making it different in a special way. People say Asmon won't come back, but he will when the game is ready and people tell him to come back. Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy if he would try it again, and whatever he think or touch or try about the game, that is just good awareness for us. So I would just be happy, even though I know that he may be bashing a lot of the parts of the game or not enjoying it at all. That's fine, because, you know, it's not his typical game, and that's fine. But yeah, getting his eyes on it and helping with awareness, it's a huge thing. So that is very welcome from us, obviously. But yeah, there's also a few big streamers like Lyric, Shroud, and those guys that actually are really good FPS players and actually enjoying these types of game. I really hope they will try it when it's, you know, more ready for larger scale like that, and that they give it a fair chance and see that they may actually enjoy it and play it. And I think they can also help with bringing awareness to the game. So I have high hopes that they will at least try it. Lyric have been playing it quite a few times since beta, and he really liked it, and it was real entertaining to see him playing it. So yeah, sadly a few of those big streamers hit the game on release day and witnessed the madness of mega lag. And some of the new big streamers that were from America thought that was how American plays it, with that lag, which obviously isn't the case, which we know when there's no lag. So a little bit unfortunate that they get that kind of experience, and I can only hope that they give it a new chance when we deliver something exciting that could attract them, or let people tell them, try it again. And you're gonna experience it without the lag, and hopefully you will be able to experience areas that you may enjoy. We will see. I know my stocks are safe with this CEO. Love the commitment. Sunby, thank you for the faith in us and our hard work in this company. And yeah, I can assure you that we do everything with blood, sweat, and tears, like, you know, in a one of a kind, I have to say. You know, we could have given up many years ago, and that's one of the things that some of the core investors early on said, that look, we want a meeting with you because after many years of struggle, because they haven't met someone like me with my persistent mindset, never giving up. And so I said, sure, I wonder what that meeting will be about. And I met them, and they say, look, we're here because everyone else we invested in have given up after 3, 4, 5 years. You're freaking killing it after 10 years and never giving up. And that's, as they said, quite unique. And they said, what do you need? What do you want? And I said what I wanted and what I needed. And thanks to that, we started the journey in Mortal Online 2. And I'm taking that opportunity 100%. And we'll make sure that we will be there on the world map with your support without a doubt. It's just a matter of time and persistence and hard work. That's it. Would you consider reopening closed alts if the influx of players from Epic Games Store and such push the limits of population again? Yeah, that's the thing we need to be very careful about, right? We don't want to get into a position where it gets out of control again and giving us bad experience, the first time experience for players. So we learned that the hard way again, and we'll obviously have that prepared this time. So that's why we're also careful about not just shutting down the 2 alts directly. We plan to shut down one, and then we're gonna see and need to collect all the data to see what kind of capacity do we have with the new type of setup. And obviously going to follow that very closely when we take the step into the new platforms. And yeah, be ready to scale up if needed. What's the in-game name? So I can give you a kiss. I'm not sure if I'm going to reveal that at this point. I guess over time, people will figure it out because that happened in the first game. I kind of enjoy playing undercover, experiencing it just as you guys. And then I guess I'm gonna play on my Henry character as well, where I'm openly playing as me. So, but those playing session kind of more ends up in discussions in the game or doing sometimes team stuff together, which is awesome that as well. Yes, you did miss the giveaway, sorry, this time, but there will be more chances for sure. And plans to have non-combat PvP features, more broker functionality, allow list or advertising, or resource acquisition, structures for control and bonus harvesting. Sorry, I want my profession to have more gameplay for the time method. Yeah, for sure. So this time around, we don't just focus on one area for a long time and be stuck on that. We are 30 people also. It's still a small team, but we have certain amount of developers that is dedicated in different areas. So it won't just be everything PvP or everything just PvE. We have a few different groups, and we also try to pick the areas that there's biggest demand and biggest interest for the different types of play styles. And it will benefit everyone. Even though there are things that doesn't interest one type of player, it still benefit them from having something that attracts simply more players and more population demand and transportation and trades, etc. So I think it's important that we always respect the true sandbox RPG features, not only one area. Are you ulcer? No. What do you mean, ulcer? Undercover Bus Season 2. Come to say the dungeon with us tonight. It's getting late to me, and I'm gonna have a small celebration this weekend. So and I have quite a few things to do tomorrow as well. I don't plan to be online too much tonight, but I wanna do some events with you guys. So maybe we can plan ahead some interesting streaming nights where we can play together. We can do different events and stuff, and you know, whatever happens happens. I know what the risk entails of being live on in game, but that could be entertaining or interesting. So let's see what we can do in upcoming streams. We can do different types of events, meetings, and we can say anyone who wanna tag along and try to do this boss or whatever, we can do that, and whoever wanna show up can show up. Let's see. I'll be your bodyguard. I hope we will have some protecting me, so we can at least have some kind of journey. It could end up abrupt, I guess, but let's see. I mean, sometime during the beta test when I streamed online, different guilds like Kodo and some other guilds have been actually being nice and protecting me, so I could actually show things to people on the streams. And but sometimes some groups sadly got slayed and they let me leave. So I've been going from one group to another group, and consider that when following me out on a live stream, that anything can happen. Any group may clash, and depending on your situation with those groups and guilds, you have to consider the consequences. Just a little heads up. Thanks for spending your birthday with us. Sure. I you know, like I said many times, it's always a relaxed, enjoyable moment to, you know, engage with the community. And quite often there's many of you guys that have been in here for a long run that is following us and supporting us for so many years. And it's awesome to see many new faces as well getting interested or introduced to Mortal Online. Mass more incoming. maybe. Just activate God mode. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing. I think it's cool that I'm playing just as you guys. I have no godly protection. I'm just a mortal, just like you guys. And I guess it's up to you guys if I'm gonna live or not as well. You can rely on Harbingers to have your back, but if Cody is around, no telling how that would go. We're in conflicts with each other's. Yeah, I don't keep track that much, or I lose track on what guild does what and what kind of relation you guys have. But it's all part of the game world, right? It wouldn't be as exciting if we are all on the same page or same side. We need some conflicts every now and then to spice things up. Last weekend I had 200-person middle collation PvP practice impacted server performance. Help Chat reported the issue across the world. We'll be able to fight large battles before TC drops. So Doofus, this is good because this patch this week we have upped that limit greatly. So hopefully you guys will redo that 200 collation fight maybe this weekend if it's possible, and we will get the data exactly what that does on our upgraded servers to see where how the bottleneck is, or if we hit it or not. And then I want to do one more after next week's patch, because that's when we're gonna thread scale this on infinite amount of CPUs. So I wanna help promote those kind of scales when we have a good population in to see the new numbers. Well, why lie, Henrik? What do you mean? What do I lie about? Tell me. I never forget about Lord British got paid. Yeah, I remember that as well. Quite hilarious. Henrik, if you kill me, please tell me it's you. It's my goal to die to you right now. Nabu. We will see. We will see. Will you drop a super rare cape if you're slain? If I am to play as the new emperor of Tinrim, then yeah, I may drop what I carry, but that will also entail that the consequences of that we will see in the future. If you rely on Harbinger, you will end you dead, I fear. Oh my. Oh my. Modern 1 was two groups fighting each other's. What system will you have in place to make sure that there's parity in the world of Knave? Too many players grouping up together doesn't make fun. But that is the thing. There was pretty much two groups in Mortal 1 eventually down the years. We didn't have the same population though, so you join one of them. But already since beta, we have like 10 big forces in Mortal 9 2. And they also have different regions. So there are already a lot of variation that we can see in Mortal 9 2. It's far from two groups. And also because they're so far from each other and have this completely different goals and leadership that they will simply doesn't get along as it looks like now. But obviously everything can change over time, and that is up to the player base. We can't really determine or force players not to group up. We see much wider nationalities. I mean, we have Russians being a huge part of the game that we didn't have in the first game, for instance. We have much more Germans and French people and more Asian people. And they play with each others and form their own group and forces already. In the first game, we only had like Americans and some Europeans, much more narrow nationality. We're also planning to fully translate the game in all the big languages and also fully marketing and specifically target these big regions that have shown a big interest with publisher. That would mean we will get even more wider player base that naturally create many different groups rather than two. So I think it's going to be quite a difference naturally. It's about 4 groups or so right now. There's more than 4 big guild groups that we see are active, and it's interesting to see that sometimes there's a big fight going over there, and we look at the other groups that don't care, doesn't interact with that at all, and then they have their group fight every now and then in their area of the world. So there are different types of group and skirmishes, conflicts happening spread out in Mirrorland, which is cool because again, it's a larger world, so every now and then we see conflicts being separated from each other's. When there was a conflict in Model 1 Mirrorland, it was in everyone's face, so everyone got involved. So I think that also helps to spread out different groups and forces and events and happenings, because you can't just be in the other side of the world within 2 minutes and be part of that conflict, and many cases it doesn't interest you. So I think it's naturally balancing that in a different way compared to the first game. Ooh, wow, long stream today. What we discussed today? Yeah, shit, time is flying when we are discussing interesting things. So, yeah, almost, yeah, shit, 5 hours. How often will you try to balance the game after you get back to the 2-week content patch cycle? So we're going to be very careful here. We learned this the hard way in the first game over 10 years of experience, and we tried different methods and techniques when it comes to working with updates and balancing in different ways. And we learned that, okay, we need to do it like this time around to be most reliable and also to protect the game and to protect the players. That is what's most important for us. And also to follow the red line to also fit with future content and not just go aboard or sidestep and step away from our core design. That's very important for us. And also that we hope that you guys have some faith in that we actually have that experience and red line planned out for the future. So that means that we won't just go in and heavily nerf things and builds, which resulted in huge player loss in the first game because we were simply messing up playstyles. People never agreed on those changes, and it just resulted in loss after loss after loss of players and more annoyance. We're not going to go down that road again, and that's why we spent a lot of hard work and time throughout the whole beta, combat beta especially, when it comes to balancing, and that is to balance the weapon groups, all the clays and races, and all that, and seeing that being in the best possible way in the whole Mortal Alliance history, and where we can see that being backed up by the actual data and also by a wide voice within the community. That means don't fix what's already working kind of approach, and don't punish just because someone thought that should be changed. We're relying on the data and experience to make the correct adjustment. And in most cases, to protect the game and the player styles is never to just go in and ninja nerf something. If we see something is not being used or there's no proper counter or something, it is more rightful for us to go in and slightly buff something and tweak something to see that people are starting to use it. So you can expect a much more careful approach this time around. And also we tried to, have a pro PvP focused group that said change this and that and balance going to be great, and we invested heavily in that. We tried it, we changed it, and people said great, now we're progressing, this is good. Then after 1 week they said nah, that was crap, revert it. And now we revert it, and shit, that made it worse, do it like this instead. Went back and forth 10 times in the same freaking category. We wasted weeks and months, and people got more and more upset, and it became a mess. So we tried those different types of methods of trying to work and improve balance, and it was a challenge, a huge challenge. And so like I said, we know that, okay, this time we want to do it like this. We're going to make sure that we protect it carefully and do very careful tweaks and changes. So we don't plan to jump to heavy balancing right now because there's no need for it. And as long as we see the data backing up what player is doing in the game, that tells us and shows us that there's no critical requirement to do heavily balancing right now. There's no need for that. What there is a huge need for is to, again, fix the biggest issues that affect most players and fix the capacity to make sure that people can have big fights, including have a huge population on Milland, and to deliver the highly wanted content like TC assets, necromancy, and content like that. That is the main focus, first of all. So I hope that makes sense. Actually dealt with. Yeah, I've been covering that question a few times in this stream. Like I said before, that is our number one priority, and that is also what doesn't show in our patch notes. And that is also why you don't see much fun stuff, because it takes a lot of time. It's the back-end stuff. We work very closely with Valve, and we work closely with Epic Games to update our different types of protection tiers. And we are adding more layers to protect and prevent, and also to ban and remove them more efficiently. We banned a lot of accounts since our latest patch because we got additional tools. And in the next patch, we're going to get even more. So that's never going to end. And we're going to get that fully under control. For God's sakes, let us live from houses. We need shared chests and make player sees a thing. You cannot create player village at the moment. Yes, that is exactly what I said. So instead of spending all our time in balancing back and forth, making everyone upset, going back and forth, we're going to spend that time on TC assets. Exactly what you said. It's going to allow you to get full co-ownership and friendship options on houses, strongholds, and you will be able to construct banks, stables, guard posts, and other structures. Now you're going to be able to build your own cities, set your own laws, and live in them. Yes, more spawners. We're adding a new dynamic spawner. I don't know if it's this patch or the next one. That's going to help spreading different encounters in the world, both wildlife but also different types of humanoids spread out in the world. So there will be more and more encounters. You intend to buff aging potions in the game now that you're a boomer? Yes, there will be alchemy components that I mean, there are already aging components for alchemy. Actually, you can already wait. No, I don't think so. It's the size. So there's a height, the size alchemy component, but yes, the age component will be in also. I'm not sure exactly when, but yes, you will be able to change your age with alchemy component as well. Is there an data on when we can expect to see new landmasses come to the game? I'm not sure how far we're going to go on the first roadmap we're going to announce and where exactly the next continent is located on this roadmap. We still need quite a bit more time before we are ready to put in our next continent. But yes, we are working on it. And that is also the natural step to, again, spread players when we are growing instead of having an alternate Mirland. Strength bonus for character over 40 now. Indeed. Henrik, just to be clear, back there I was saying that the ping from Brazil doesn't bother at all. I can play really well. Yeah, I understood. I understood that you can enjoy the game due to our ping system that we built for that exact reason. And if you compare that to Modern 1, you would not be able to enjoy the combat, because it's such a huge difference in the ping normalization system from the first game and second game. We managed to remove 500 ms pretty much straight over, and everyone can understand that 500 ms makes a huge impact in any real-time combat. And yes, with the prediction and ping normalization, we know that high ping locations such as Brazil, Australia can actually play the game on a competitive level with some differences in some cases. But yes, day and night difference from the first game. And that is really cool to see. It's working so well. Some of the best PvPers in our game is from North America, not from Europe. Next continent is going to be hosted elsewhere other than EU. I'm not 100% sure yet if that is something we will do. We will see. How did the force-sensitive trait work in Star Wars Galaxies, and how do you plan to adapt that to Mortal 2? So, in short, there was a generated pattern for every new character created in Star Wars Galaxies. And that secret pattern, if you fulfill that pattern, you unlocked your force-sensitive slot. And that gave you in first iteration, gave you the ability to create your Jedi Knight, and you can go to the evil side or the good side. And in the first iteration, when you died. And then they kind of saved it up that you didn't die, and you can retrain, you just drop level. There were different steps. And it was really exciting because even though there were just a few Jedi Knights that got unlocked over time on a server, a lot of people got enjoyment out of them because, you know, obviously they were cool to encounter. You could see it, they were carrying a lightsaber, and you could recruit them to your guild. And the other part was the bounty hunting. There were always a bounty hunting available to hunt the Jedi Knights, which were really cool mechanics. They always had to be on the run when they were hunted, and they were very powerful, so it was just epic to see that. And it gave so much to so many, even though there were just a few Jedi Knights initially. And I really love that concept. I thought it was amazing. It's so cool and so magically feeling. So I want to incorporate that system in Mortal Online. Obviously, you're not going to be a Jedi Knight, but as an example, you may be you may get demonic traits and powers from other dimensions creatures that you will obtain both visually, but also different types of powers. You may be getting a new type of clay window that gives you some completely different powers that you can use. That may be on the top powerful, but that also makes you a target for another type of groups of players. That is kind of representing the bounty hunters in this case. So I think it's a really cool game design, and I think that the transition I do from the Jedi system to the Mortal system, I think it's brilliant and works really well, because I'm very inspired from specific components. For instance, Dungeons and Dragons, pen and paper, the old stuff, where there were specific classes, character that kind of were, you know, telling me this is one of the Jedi Knights. It's brilliant, and I want to transform that into Mortal Online. So I'm really much looking forward to getting those features in the game, and going to add this layer of depth and mystical hunt that you never know if you're gonna unlock one of these. And I'm not just talking about you become one demon hunter, for instance, is one of them. You can become a completely different thing, different types of powers that you can obtain. And they will be unique to their kind of, I wouldn't say class, but their kind of power. So different types of Jedis, very, very roughly. And we have a system for it to place as well, that you can't just unlock it and then never play it or stuck it away. If it becomes inactive for X amount of months, you may lose the power and it goes back into the pool, and someone else can unlock it. And hopefully over time we will get more and more of them, invent a few of them, so they kind of add that kind of mystical layer in the game world, just like the Jedis did in Star Wars Galaxies. That was just pure magic. Is it unlocking Rysar as a playable? No, that's not really the same thing. No, this is more very unique. If you manage to find your magical pattern and unlock it, which will be a insane depth. And if you're one of the lucky one that unlocks that specific one, you will get the question, will you transform your character into this one? Yes or no? If you do, you may become a demon hunter, for instance. That means you get transformed into a special character that have these demon hunter powers and tools to your disposal. But again, there will always be some kind of threat to those professions, because a demon hunter may be a natural, illegal, scary thing that many empires are against. So you may have those hunting you, kind of like the bounty hunters versus the Jedi Knight. I like that concept and design much, because it was just amazing in Star Wars Galaxies. And I see where it translates in a brilliant way in Mortal Online. But as you can see, this is very specific, and it will start just affecting a few ones, but over time I think this will be very exciting for the game. So yeah. Sith, indeed. Demon Hunter is probably the Sith. While the Dragon Knight may be the Jedi Knight, just crazily translated. Wait, we're getting Jedi in this game? Not really Jedis, but I hope my description kind of give you a clue of what we're looking at. But down the road, I'm not talking about the near roadmap. We have quite a few features that everyone is going to be able to enjoy and tap into. Oh, 1 second. One moment, guys. One moment. Look at this, guys. Got a early birthday snack. The night delivery. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Energy teas. Food outside. Thank you, Charlie. Define demon hunter powers. Lol. Everything isn't ironed out yet, but like I said, I have a very good source of inspiration where I think it's a brilliant match, and I think we can translate it in a very good way. But just to give you the kind of idea of how to unlock it, the Star Wars Galaxies Force sensitive slot was really exciting way how to implement those. So I want to kind of copy that kind of method of obtaining those characters, and obviously we're not gonna be Jedi Knights and Sith. We're gonna have the mortal powers, or whatever we call them. That's System 2 as a Star Wars Galaxy's vet. Yeah, it gave that mystical depth because, as I said, it's a brilliant way that when you create your character, you're going to have a pattern generated randomly. And that can be everything from you have to craft X amount of this, and you have to visit this and that, and you have to do this and that. And if you unlock all of those secret keys that is locked into your character when you created it, if you hit the last component, you're gonna get the boom magical firecracker and the question, holy shit, congratulations, you are the first to unlock whatever, in this case, the Demon Hunter powers. Do you accept? Yes or no? If you do, your character transforms into this power overtaken character that gets changed in different ways. And then you get access to additional types of powers that no one else have access to. But it comes at a risk, as I mentioned. But very exciting, both for you and everyone surrounding you. And there's a few of these that I have planned for, but that obviously needs to be more ironed out when we get closer to actually enabling it. So a very cool system in the future I'm looking forward to playing around with. Oh my god, it's getting the luxury snacks. The permadeath that Star Wars Galaxy had in was Jedi's at the first implementation was good. Yeah, exactly. it came at an extreme, severe high pulse because I knew that if I die now, it's a perma loss of my force sensitive slot. Imagine having perma loss on your character. That is, your pulse is gonna go up when you're in danger because you know how rare it is as well. They then over time change that to be more forgiving, that okay, you just get reset, you don't lose it, so you have to start over because the powers is kind of like the clade XP. So imagine that your new powers comes from a new clade tree and you level them up slowly over time. If you die, you lose all of them, which means you're newbie demon hunter again until you're, and when you're level 20 as a demon hunter, you're all like a Jedi Knight. You start as a Padawan, which is weak, and then Jedi Knight is the strongest Jedi Knight you can be. Then you can kill like 10 people without too much difficulties if you do it right. So it's a very cool feature that I was I thought that was one of the biggest magic to me in Star Wars Galaxies. Oh, still going. Already cooked dinner, took a shower, and I'm on my second ramen coke. Yeah. I got stuck here hanging out with you guys. I really enjoy talking old memories and connect with you guys, and you guys know what I'm talking about, old memories. Bro, Henrik, 100%, this is it. You had a great idea. Yeah, obviously we take inspiration from many of those golden gems and try to mold them to be even better and fit Muslim Man and into its future. What's up? Can't believe you're still streaming. Gigashad. I just got food brought to my door. So yeah, I'm eating a little bit. Did it nerf Rysas? No. Thanks for still doing these streams. Happy birthday. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice to see an active team. Thanks. Yeah, sure. This game has so much potential. Hope it all works out. Yeah, like I said, there's no way in hell that we are, giving up or failing this time. With your enormous support and backbone, the future is very bright for all of us sandbox MMO lovers. Best friends be turned on before Saruga. Yes. Can get Bass Hunter to make another song for the game. Hopefully he will. I don't know. I'm not sure if he's making much music anymore. I know he started to DJ quite a lot the later years. And yeah, hopefully we'll join in soon again. He was once a Koto member for many years. It was awesome. Vampire wants Necromancer update. Is the animation skill line the Necro line? What? Vampy? Ah, your name. Vampy wants Necromancer update. Is the animism skill line the Necro line? No. No. It's a separate skill. School. What's animism? That is a different school of magic. I'm intrigued to why such a lake is called such a lake. Any reason? Westill, there is a very good ancient history reason of that name. It started back in 2009, or if I'm not mistaken. Pre-steel era. The birth of humankind entering Nave. There was a grand bug that spawned all the players in 000 position. And guess where that was? That was in the center of the Great Lake. Everyone spawned naked. Imagine hundreds of players spawning naked and falling down into the lake. This was the first time they experienced this game. They were swimming around naked. Hundreds of men. And some women. You can imagine the scenery. We were laughing and thought, they must think we are crazy. This is the first experience in Mortal Online. Giving birth, entering the game world like that. Naked people falling from the sky, straight down in the lake. And everyone was swimming around. That sight will never be forgotten by those players that joined back then. Eventually they managed to swim up exhausted onto the land. And the first people were starting to knock in some woods, taking up some wooden sticks and waited for the next guy to swim up on the beach and then whack him down. First PvP ever. There was a lot of sausage everywhere. And since that day, those players call that lake the Sausage Lake. Now you know the story of the second name of the Sausage Lake. Quite crazy history. Yes, there will be events starting in the game over time. Some can be triggered by us, and some you trigger by doing actions in the game. There are two big threats that we have put the foundation for, and it's on the website in the lore. You can read about the threats there. I guess you can guess what two great threats of Milan I'm talking about. Damn, I missed the story of Sausage Lake. Fuck. Damn, you have to watch the replay. It's a great story. That's a great story. I won't ever look at it the same way again, though. Yeah. Everyone calls it Sausage Lake, even us, when we talk about it, which is crazy. The real name, I almost forget. What is it? The Great Naruk or something. The Great Lake of Naruk. If I'm not mistaken. I'm sure someone here can correct me. Something like that is the real name. How to get into animism is a secret. Yeah, right now it's a secret. It's tied to the magic schools. You will see when we get there. Would there be a hiding or camouflage skill when thievery is introduced? So, in Ultima Online you had a hiding skill when you simply got invisible. Very cool, fun skill, and it kind of worked in their game design how they introduced it. But in Mortal Online, again, we tried to see where do we want to take another step where it kind of makes sense for our type of game, and also because it's first person. So first of all, you play as first person, so you see what your character eye see, which means you can't just rotate the camera to sneak around corners and such. You have to poke out your head, and the enemy may see your head. You can go into a bush, hide, etc. Now people can even squat or rest, but we may have some crouching function as well to easily get down and take cover and hide. So we decided that that is how you hide in the game. You actually physically hide correctly. But then there will be some component that can add to this, which is magic and alchemy. And one thing that also thievery have, and in some cases assassin professions, is disguise kits that kind of disguise your true identity in some special cases. So those would be the upcoming tools that can hide your identity and also help you to hide more efficiently. And chance where eventually get modular house building like you had. So that is the later era of Ultima Online when they started to do those building brick components, and that's pretty much when I stopped playing. I played in the so-called golden era up to Trammel time. Back in days when I had presets models that this is how they look and that's it. We're gonna take that a step further. So first in the Modern 1 we did the modeling houses. Quite insane what kind of options you had, but it ended up poorly in real case scenario. You just build a box square and that's it. So there were boxes all over the world. It looked horrible and people didn't utilize like 5% of all hard work and performance costs. So this time we knew that wasn't good. We're gonna make sure it looks amazing, fits and performance is awesome, but still we want to give enough of upgrades and options to make your house look and feel unique, different styles over time. So right now you only have a few options, the start options: small, medium house, stronghold, and keep. And you can upgrade them all in three tiers to expand on them. And then you can decorate them in quite an insane way. And that decoration package is just going to grow very much over time. The next step where we're adding more and more when it comes to housing in TC is that you will have different types of models, different types of upgrades. And they're also looking to give you options to actually change the appearance and style. And then eventually we're going to add a few packages of all the clay inspired styles as well. So that means over time you will have so many different options to make your preferred house that it looks quite unique to others and still have a valid, solid performance cost ratio to a lot of options that still makes it look and feel very unique. But it all makes sense and have proper reasons and balance as well. So we thought that was a better approach after we tried the different steps in the first game. Some shrimp salad in my burger. Anyone like shrimp salad? Or is it just me? That is my go-to sign hamburger. Cheeseburger with cheese salad. No, shrimp salad. This little shrimp salad. Shrimp salad is awesome. I don't know if that is the right translation to the what it is in English, but Swedishly translated shrimp salad. Yeah, it's awesome in hamburger. Good stuff. Good stuff. How much would it cost to add something like a playable Tribrad to the game? There's some golden rules that need to be confirmed with Mats when it comes to that. And we discussed some of that years ago. Right, these are the 10 playable races. There's quite a bit more to it than that. And there's some things that we were playing around with that this could also be a possibility down the road. But yeah, it's too early to go walk that path right now. There's a chance I can be a satyr. So there's a chance in the future that there may be something more. But it's too early to say what and which and how. I love the Tribrads in Model 1. I'm always hoping they will be added someday for playable races. Don't you like them in Model Line 2? I think it was an awesome upgrade from Model Line 1 to Model Line 2. They look much cooler, I think. Namaste, Pheline. Beastmaster will be on a roadmap so you can see when you can expect it. Hopefully we'll be able to finish the roadmap after the next week's patch if things are calm. That is what we're aiming for. And tracking, hunting, or scouting skills ever coming? Yes, we have a few more 100 skills that we never got to in the first game. have those in huge lists and what they're intended to do. So as long as we can continue developing and expanding, we plan to add more of those skills as well that are really cool and make sense, but we simply didn't have the time to cover them. It takes quite a time to implement so many different skills that affect so many different things in the game. What kind of Beastmaster ability will be added for birds, Turbers? So most creatures will have unlock a certain attack type with Beast Mastery. There may be different rules, just having the right Beastmaster skill to unlock it and the right level on the creature. And in some cases, you may also have a tool to utilize that attack, and there will be a cooldown and range check and different types of controls to utilize it correctly, which is obviously involved in balance and player skills. Yes, there will be trap making for sure. We need a bigger launching pad in Moduli for the space program. I just saw a video brief of that. That was quite hilarious. Yeah, the Trap Rat looks the Trap Rat looks really sneaky, stabby. Modern 2 rats are superior upgrade. Actually, everything in Modern 2 is superior and amazing. It's great interacting with some amazing players in cities. The RP goblins. Indeed. I'm not sure where dual wielding would be on the roadmap at this point. I know it's a question coming back every now and then. The thing is, why we don't have it already is that we didn't just wanted to re-add it as it was in the first game, because it simply wasn't fun and good in the first game. It was only used for obtaining a special attack. And this time we want to make sure that it's actually a play style that you can have fun with, and there's player skills and balance behind that style, just as any other weapon component. You all know the differences between spears, axes, hammers, and swords. They all have interesting pros and cons, and you choose them for different reasons. Obviously, you want the dual wielding to be one of those different reasons, and with the challenge, pros and cons, just as any other weapon. And since we didn't have that design finished at all or tested, it's too early and we can't just stress it in. So we need more time simply to revisit how we want to have that to work and make sense. Will the Jedi Sith Star Wars Galaxy-esque feature be something that someone really determined will be able to experience, or will this be so incredibly rare that most players won't be able to experience it? So I think that Star Wars Galaxies did it very well. So how they did it was that you will be able to get clues that shows your specific pattern to unlock it, but the clues will only show you so far. The rest of the journey is up to you to persistently hunt or discover, and obviously with enough persistence you will be able to find it sooner or later if you really go deep into that rabbit hole. If it's, I guess if you're very casual, you will not go down that rabbit hole, and most likely you will not accidentally encounter it. So I would say that you have to know what kind of achievement you need to hunt to get a chance to achieve it. So I guess it's a matter of persistent and going hard for that journey, and obviously with some luck doing the right things to unlock it. So I would say that it's the persistent players that really want to try to go for it have the best chance in grabbing some of those. We had a big problem with server processing as new ability school sets were added to PvP. Do you see this as a problem that you'll have to face adding new magic schools? Server processing How do you mean with a big problem with server processing as new abilities? Do you mean in terms of PvP on balance when adding those new? Or what do you mean with problem on server processing? When it comes to balance, then yes, we are fully aware that this is something we obviously experienced over the years when we added new type. And we learned that it's safer to introduce some of those underpowered rather than overpowered initially as well. Performance. Do you mean performance? Did the new schools impact the performance on the server? Is that what you were saying? So if the performance, no, I see no reason that new Magic School will impact the performance in a negative way. The only impact is pure client performance, how you render the effects. And we know how important it is to make sure that there's a certain performance cost that we don't go above when it comes to magic effects. And also, one thing that I always said is that many of these online games, everything from Path of Exile to World of Warcraft, when you shoot all these spells, you have rainbow firecrackers all over the screen. And if you play that for a few hours and then shut your eyes, you see firecrackers on your eye, like it's burned in. I never liked that for several reasons. One, it's a big strain, you fuck up your eyes. And number two is that it doesn't fit the universe of Mortal Online. We want the more believable, exciting effects. Imagine Lords of the Ring. When Gandalf casts spells, you're not seeing rainbow effects after rainbow effects. You see the more down-to-earth, lightning effects, the light beams, and some effects that are more, believable and fit in the universe. That is our approach as well, as much as it's possible within the Magic realm. So we don't want to throw crazy and more crazy rainbows on the screen. That also obviously costs performance. So it's two things. We want it to be believable, feels good, looks great, but also always make sure that performance remains king. Well, with the Lord of the Rings example, you're forgetting the Elven Queen. That was light and shit everywhere. Alright. Like people spinning in circles around you while pooping. Yeah, we don't want that rainbow stuff. I played quite a bit of Path of Exile. I like the game. It was a good Diablo successor. But I think they went over the top when it comes to all those effects. Playing it after a few hours and you're shooting those spells. Shit, it's like you're killing your eyes. And after a while, you're starting to kill the frames as well. So yeah, we have a little bit different approach when it comes to how we want the effects to be displayed. Necromancer will be on the roadmap, so you will soon see where we estimate that to be delivered. Hey Henrik, happy birthday. One thing. Please have a look on the Thirst arcades. Battle Cry seems not to work. Thanks, have a nice birthday. Thank you. And yeah, I actually asked about that earlier in the stream. I wanted to confirm what's up with the Thirst War Scream. Is it just user interface feedback? Is it invisible, giving it 20 strength, or is it confirmed not giving the boost? People weren't sure, and I wasn't sure, and I haven't got it confirmed from anyone. So we need to figure it out and make sure it does work for sure as soon as we can. I've been re-rolling characters to try different things out. I'm resetting my potential progress toward unlocking a secret ability. So right now those abilities is not enabled. So no, you don't have to worry about missing out on things right now. So when that system is enabled, we're gonna write it in the patch note that the whatever we're gonna call it, and you will know that okay, your character have got a generated path. Now it's active, and the rest of the journey and discovery is up to you. But it's not active at this point. Thank you for the subscription. I just missed it. Henrik, is anything going to be done about the Hurgar buff? Fat Mage can't die because they have it and load up on pipes. I see Fat Mages die every day. Of course they can die. You can die. You can kill Fat Mages for sure. But yes, one of the strengths with Ogmirs is that they are tough mob foes, which means they are meant to be the tanky style if you build them that way. And yes, those pipes can help you. But every pipe you smoke, you're cutting down your resources greatly. So it will only work a few times and then it's all over. And there's quite a cooldown on it as well. So there's nothing to be done. They are in a very good balance. There's no major unbalanced to Fat Mages. They were a bit more popular a few months ago. Their popularity have gone down a little bit, looking at the data. Yeah, the pipe locks you as well in the smoke pipe, so it's not a guaranteed survivability click for sure. Will you please let other races smoke? Everyone will be able to smoke normal pipes, but not the Ichor. The Ichor only Ogmirs can survive, the rest will die instantly. Instantly! Fat Mages are the weakest class type. Laughing my ass off. See again, a perfect example of one say, it's way too strong, can you please nerf it? And someone else come in and say, it's the weakest class, lol, you... Again, when we see the data that it's very easy to see when something is way overpowered or way underpowered. The data never lies. And as long as we see that they're on an incredible even balance, we see no reason to go in and fiddle around and make people upset on something that is already very solid. We're adding more loot tables into the world and maybe some Easter eggs. Yes, every now and then we're gonna add more of things, and along with that, yes, hidden loot in different places. We try to cover everything that of importance, or when it comes to we're adding this or that, those system, this and that, and changes if we don't forget anything. But obviously, along with the natural progression is that yeah, we're adding more wildlife and loots. That's one line, and that could mean anything, anywhere. We don't try, or we don't want to reveal or say, in that dungeon we now have added 4 new chests. That's up to you to discover, for instance. But yes, every now and then we add quite a lot more of this spread out in the world in various locations and in dungeons. We said a Fat Mage is too strong, need to stop letting them free cast on them. Yeah. Happy birthday. Part question. Are fist weapons going to make a return and is referral program coming back? Yes and yes. I don't know when at this point. Will there be a chance of secondary character slots? It's too early to say that. We have touched that question a few times. Choo-choo. Like I said just briefly, we have discussed and evaluated a system we call the Diva system, kind of like a sibling system. You share your fate and reputation to not bypass that we want to promote, but still again allow you at least two completely different styles on one account. But we don't have the time to go through that right now. So we will see down the road if it still makes sense and if we want to implement that or not. And yes, we will render names and gear earlier as soon as we have confirmed our server capacity, because it's directly tied to that. Hello, wish you a happy St. Patrick's Day. Thank you, and the same. And plans to add turn rate cap while swinging. There is a cap already, and again, we don't plan to fill around with the core basic of balance or combat at this point, as there's no real reason to. We are in a good state. We're happy with the overall balance. There's room for improvement in many areas, but right now we have more important areas we need to get in place before we can proceed. Regarding background, UA is not showing anything. My test on damage didn't show any damage increase. Haven't tried strong and bow so far. Created bug support for team. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think you're right, and we will confirm and we'll make sure it works, because it's an important buff for Thursars. It has a great impact because, yes, as you know, strength impact damage bonuses. It allows you to pull stronger bows, and there's also a strength relation where damage pass through a parry. So very important situational buff for the Thursars that obviously needs to work. Yeah, we will handle the render distance for sure. But like I said, we don't want to mess up our measurement at this point until we have the capacity we need to be. Will the bug about training dummy not increase your skill in melee weapon be fixed? So I'm not aware of this. I'm not up to date. Did training dummy stop working this patch? They're only supposed to train you up to a certain level and then stop. Have they stopped completely working in this patch? Is that the case? I'm not up to date on this one actually. Yes, the night vision will be enabled soon again as well. Is the skill cap about 30? I wouldn't put my sword above 30, but the Walking Dead did. Yeah, it could be 30. I don't remember exactly where the cap is, but there is a cap. Hey, happy birthday, my duel. Happy birthday, thank you. We're adding a demon trial system for new players. We do intend to add the possibility to join Havens for free to try it out, play around there, which gonna allow you to try quite a bit, and we may add limitations. You can only progress your character so far on Haven, and then if you wanna take the jump into the real world, you can pay then and get into it. So we see that fits and could work, and most likely something we are gonna add down the road. Take your time, nothing great come from cutting corners. I would like to fund a wall of shame in Tin Room City. Citizen Synoda, serious question. What do you think of Star Citizen, Henrik? yeah, we try not to just rush things, and obviously make sure we do things right. That is important, and also to make sure that we enable them when we feel as confident as possible. That is also why we're not rushing new content right now. We're trying to get the important stability in place first of all. What do you think about Star Citizen? I haven't played it myself, but I have been following it over the years. Very impressive project. One of the most successful Kickstarter in all time, without, and building on that in so many years, without having a full MMO game and still making such insane amount of money. Quite impressive. But also, again, one of the sad thing is that Kickstarter was meant to those that have a brilliant idea to get the fundings without being the big names or big companies with the big fundings behind them. And this is what the big names and companies are abusing to get that for additional extra for free funding, which been very successful for those, and makes it even more harder for the independent small ones that doesn't get any visibility due to, famous and track record naturally, but a little bit sad, I think. And also a little bit of a shame that so many years getting that insane amount of resources and not having a MMO solution at this point. I don't know how I feel about that. Star Citizen started with like 4 dudes. Yeah, but the main guy is quite famous, and it's not coming from nothing. I'm not sitting here bashing. I mean, they have been doing the most successful Kickstarter ever. That's awesome. If we got a fraction of that kind of Kickstarter resources, obviously I would make sure to put use of that resources and make sure you will see, a huge result from making use of that resources. That is a dream snare for us to kind of get that kind of resources. And yeah, I don't know, 4 years, they still have to show us the MMO solution, right? So I think it's like so many of you guys being skeptical, just as many being skeptical for Mortal Online in our development process. But yeah, I mean, as I said, I have all resources in the world now, so how can I fail, right? But yeah, I've been playing EVE Online for many years. I enjoy that MMO a lot. So obviously, I was interested when I saw Star Citizen. They kind of did those things that I was missing in EVE Online, which is awesome, I think. Manually controlling on your ship is really cool, I think. But again, it's not MMO yet, and they've been selling ships. And now I haven't followed it closely the latest year, so I can be completely wrong when it comes to where it is today. But when I was following the first years, I saw them just selling ships, and you couldn't play much than just run around on your ship and fly on some places. Felt more like a demo and sold ships and an idea, and in the future it will become a MMO. Interesting if it's going to be a real MMO or just a heavily instanced online game. But yeah, I'm impressed on many things. The visual level is set early on was quite impressive. I think we beat them on character details. We have quite higher details on the character. But yeah, it looks amazing, and yeah, I'm been a fan of EVE Online, so how can I not be interested in Star Citizen as well? Red Ship in EVE. I played the Minmatari race since the beginning, and I like battleships, Hurricane, and Rapture quite a bit. I'm a multitasker in EVE Online, so I had different types of ships there as well, some tier 3 ships. I enjoyed it quite a lot. But I was missing the manual control and more options to do in EVE Online. I thought that after all these years, there should be more things I could do. So Citizen Online probably the only game I'll wait a decade for. My personal feeling is the more whales spend, and if the devs use that money wisely, which Star Citizen probably does not, I'm game. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm a big fan of true sandbox MMOs. I want to see more options, and I want to play. I want to play them. There's been nothing that interests me pretty much since UO Ultima Online, and that is why we have Mortal Online here now. Trust in Rust. Indeed. So, you guys ever thought of doing what Dual Universe is doing on One Crystal Universe? No, we're too occupied with fulfilling our goals and reaching those. It's, we're gonna be quite busy for quite a while. Or Star Citizen. It is to be a MMO game, science fiction, a little bit like EVE Online. Very short. But I also heard that they kind of stepped away a little bit from MMO solution, have more a multiplayer and single player focus. So that kind of surprised me. That sounded like they were taking a little turn. But I don't know. Again, I haven't followed it closely lately. I'm confident your leagues ahead of Star Citizen in development. I mean, it's two completely different games, and I also like science fiction. I'm both fan of fantasy and science fiction. But I mean, the resources they're getting is quite insane. So how can you fail? That sounds impossible when you have that kind of insane resources. Is the Algorand model after the Nano era Vagabond? No, not really. We're able to add friends. We have that on the upcoming roadmap early on. We know it's a highly desired option we all want and need. On time will tell with all these projects, super happy to see them progress and wish others would be willing to wait before bashing. For sure. I mean, I'm been on the receiving bashing end for many years. And I understand it, and I've, grown used to that, and that's just part of these type of projects. There's been many projects that have been obviously failing, upsetting and disappointing year after year. I've been following many MMOs that never reached Day of Light. It's extremely difficult to make an MMO in large scale, and that is why the reason 90% of them fail or stop or put them down for many different reasons. I fully know why that happens by walking the path myself. So that is understandable, Star Citizen is nothing but a failure. I don't know. I mean, it looks promising, and I've heard a lot of people following it and are excited for it. So, and like I said, if you have so much resources, I think that helps you to get something out there at least. But I can't, I feel that almost like if you have a concept that is working, you're making huge amount of money still by just selling new cool ships and having that kind of business model. There's no rush to change that, right? They're making a fortune on that. But it's also scary at the same time, because obviously year after year is passing, or is moving ahead, and it's getting out of date in some cases, and still not having a MMO solution at this point is kind of a little worrying, I would say. I have no clue, so I can't say anything about what's going on over there. But if I'm looking at if we were running the things like that, I was just trying to think what that would entail. But again, we all do these development steps completely in different ways, and I'm sure they do things in their way that is different from ours. And I also was a bit afraid when I saw it looked amazing but had like 10 FPS. I don't know if they worked heavily on improving that, or if they're still struggling with performance and not focusing on large scale and focusing more on small scale single player missions and group missions, and having that focusing more than large scale. I don't know if that's the case anymore. But yeah, interesting. It has looked promising for the past 12 years. Holy shit, is it that long now? Holy shit. I think you have had time to make 2 games since then. Yeah, shit, 12 years is quite insane. I lost track of time when it comes to when they started. I know it's been a few years now, but 12, I wasn't sure of. But holy shit, not having an MMO solution after 12 years, yeah, that's alarming to me. What the hell is going on? Holy shit, if we got those resources and work on Modline 2 non-stop, poof, poof, you will be swimming in gold features. Outrage cost 250 million of their own money to make. Cyberpunk cost 300 to 400 of their own money. Those are established companies that only made 1 game, not 2 at once with all new tech. There's a reason I stopped streaming Star Citizen and picked up Modern 2. It's an actual game to play. Yeah. Bro, I don't know what you're answering. Our guy been cheating. Report it to GM's in-game Discord or support, and they will go into it and confirm and handle it. So any of those options, and our guys will go at it. But there is a GM online, so I'm surprised you haven't. I'm sure they are on it because we always have a GM online now. It began its pre-production in 2010 and officially entered full development in 2011. All right. We're going to see more underwater content in Milan. Yeah, that is part of the expanding things, and also when we're going to work more on. So we did rewrite the swimming to make it more reliable and rely on swimming and making that reliable because we have so much content, upcoming content for water, both underwater content, but also even further down the road, as you may know, we have a continent that is fully underwater. Obviously, we need to make sure that we have a lot of different types of underwater content along with that. So yes, slowly progressing over time. Why does my horse just get 2 shot by longbow even with a good horse armor? 2 arrows sounds quite on the top. Have you tried it, Jotuns? Go ahead and try them. They have a natural resistance against piercing. That is helping. And they also have a bit more hit points. Up sometime in the future, some big rich Bitcoin guy invests 10% of his wealth into your company. I mean, as long as there's a report, Demo Man, they have it and they will go through it. So thank you for reporting, and they will handle it. Is it hard to catch speed hacker? I've seen and report players speed hacking in dungeons. So we've been discussing it a few times in the stream, and like I mentioned, since this patch this week, a lot of the stuff and why the list is short and it just say backend stuff, that is one of the reasons. So we deployed a lot of additional layers of system security protection and layers. We've been working with Valve to also add a few things to make it more difficult and more efficient for us to handle, catch them, prevent them, and permanently ban them, and make sure it costs them to beat them. So from this patch and moving forward on, and also in the next one, I'm going to have additional steps. We're going to get it under control. Dragons, yes. Yes. Swimming is a dangerous in line. Yeah, but now it's reliable at least. It doesn't bug out in the same way as it used to. It's a reliable system. But yes, it's still important to understand that there's a weight. If you go past that weight, and depending on your swimming skills, you will sink, as you would have expected in real life. And yeah, that is a big difference from most other games and MMOs where there's no skill or sinking function in the same way. But as soon as you learn that, it's straightforward. It's easy. But yeah, it can be a harsh first experience. If you go past that weight and don't have swimming, you're going to sink. And if you throw the heavy stuff away, you're going to be able to swim again normally. We may tweak it a little bit to make it a little bit more forgiving in a way where it's not as easy to drown instantly in severe situations. But we still want it to be like, if you're way too heavy plate armor, you will sink, and you kind of have to adapt and learn to that, because there's going to be, again, like I said before, a lot of gameplay content around swimming and being under a continent that obviously forces you to prepare for that. Jotuns are slow as fuck though. Have you seen the latest patch? We actually increased the speed and adjusted all the stats on all horses, so they're not as slow. They have more hit points, they have natural defense, and some of the other horse types also have some bonuses in certain areas that makes them interesting for quick sprints, hunts, mounted combat, battling mounted, archery builds, long sprints, short sprints, quick turn ratios. There's something standing out on all horses now. So experiment a little bit with them. We've done small, careful adjustments, not to go overboard, but try to get them into interesting, useful areas in different ways for different styles. We were to dye bags when dyes were added to the game. Yeah, most likely. All soft tissues and such, where it makes sense, you should be able to dye. Did Jordan get buffed? Yes. So what's the 8 on Countless? Do you mean fist weapons? If so, I don't have the 8 at this point. It's similar to the dual wielding weapon group. We have to redefine some parts of it to make sense before we'll add it again, but it's on our list to be added. Do the minor horse tweaks apply to existing horses in the game, or only new respawn ones? I think the current ones, but I'm not 100% sure. Can you remove clay points that we put in? Not currently, but yes, we will add in one of our upcoming near patches. Give it the ability to refund. There's a money sink tied to it, but then you will be able to respec. Is there a reason why the level streaming freeze are more severe on the main server than L2 3? No. It's the exact same thing, so there shouldn't and can't be a difference if there's not something standing there that adds to the cost. But no, every level streaming is exactly the same, and it's your clients calculating it. In Manga Horses get some love. Yes, Manga Horses got a little boost in some areas as well. Again, small changes, so they may be having some pros and cons in different ways, but still making them a little bit interesting for different use. Clay Respect will win new feature poll. Yeah, we know, and yes, we have it high up on that list. Why is translation into G-gay so brutal? G-gay. What is G-gay? Jungle Camp. Transition into Jungle Camp. There are some level streamings in the world that is, can be optimized and split down a bit to improve them. You simply learn exactly where those lines are when you notice the freeze. And this is one of the bottlenecks in Unreal Engine 4, where there's just one threaded level streaming, data streaming, which kind of freezes your computer. That's has been improved and rewritten in Unreal 5, and that is one of the big things that we really want. We did start on rebuilding that, coding that system for Mortal Online, because we thought Unreal 5 was far down the road. And then we noticed when we talked to Epic that they were coding exactly the same thing, so we instantly stopped wasting time on that. And are happy that Epic Games are seeing the need for that for bigger games in the future. So that's one of the big features we really want. We are working on Unreal 5 now. We're doing the transition, but it's still a little bit too early to take the jump. There's a few things we're talking with Epic Games on as well, how we can make sure we are secured and have stability, and also making sure that some areas have proper performance and we're not going down in performance. So I guess after a while, I'm not sure when, but we will sooner or later be able to announce this is where we aim to move over to Unreal 5. But again, we are talking with Epic also in a few areas where it has an impact in our game performance. Are there any test version with Unreal 5 yet? We are testing things in Unreal 5 already in-house, yes. But again, it's still too early, and there's still some few things we haven't sure how we're gonna translate it into Unreal 5 in the best way. So we're doing some experiments on the side at the same time now as we are working on other things. What is your main build so I know what won't get nerfed? You can rest assured that we're not going to nerf any build. We're done nerfing builds and pushing players away. That's why we are very careful, put a lot of time into balancing the game, and we're happy with that. We're not going to nerf anything. There are room for buffing a few things carefully and small steps to get them more as a viable options in some cases. But we don't plan to do any heavy nerfing. Balance your play own game. Yes, and I read the data based on all our players, including the best PvPers, veterans, and all players, including new ones. And yeah, they all agree that this is the best balance the game has been in ever for Mortal Online. Day and night difference from the first game. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you haven't seen what I'm talking about. You anticipate that Unreal 5 will help deal with lag in cities in particular? Again, it's a little bit too early to say how it will help us. We hope that it will help us when it comes to level streaming data, because that's a big part that we've written. Adding all eye candy, everything like nanites, lumens, and the shadow lightning system That is a next-gen Lightning Shadow system that is quite expensive and needs to be carefully enabled and tweaked to make sure we don't crush performance. Nanites are looking to be solid in terms of performance and that we can use heavily in many areas, but there's a challenge when it comes to a lot of the eye candy that we want to utilize to make it look next gen but still remain in having proper performance. So there are several areas where there are improvement, but there are also several eye candy areas that could add additional cost if we're not careful. So we need to take it carefully. Wibbly instruments in the game eventually sits in Soda, and there's one magic school, Harmonism, so that is based on the instruments as well. Henrik has unfair access to data. Meta Gaming GigaChat. I mean, that is a key component for us to know what we're doing is correct and relying and seeing balance at first hand. There's always this. You can go to Discord that have like 5 to 10% of our actual player base. That is the only one that actually goes to Discord. The majority doesn't go to Discord or the forums. And then you have a smaller percentage of the active Discord people that actually are loud, making their voice what should be changed or not, what is unbalanced and what is balanced. That is a minority of the actual player base. And that doesn't represent the real scenario. If we look at the data, what people use and what is the case, that is the indication of if something is overpowered, underpowered, or never used. That is the real data. And we learned that over the years to rely on proper data, not just personal opinions. Because if someone here says that this is the strongest, then 10 people will straight up comments say they don't agree, they think it's the opposite. That just proves why different opinions have on different balance. And that is also why we can't just simply listen on one small group. Obviously we need to look at the bigger picture and real data behind it to see this is correct, this is truth. Are you afraid of use VoIP when you play because people recognize you? I've considered that a few times when running around on my undercover character. And yeah, some people have had strange conversation with me, not really knowing what was going on. And I also know most of them don't have a clue it's me. But yeah, if they've seen one of my long streams, then maybe there's a good chance they recognize me. And eventually, sooner or later, I guess that will happen. We will see. And there's also specific armors dedicated against archery. So if someone is struggling with archery, being a heavy fighter, you also may not be using proper gear against arrows that will heavily reduce the damage. There are so many different builds that can completely crush different weapons. But again, many people doesn't explore it, doesn't know it, and doesn't try it. And they will just simply call to a nerf because. I don't know why, but they think that is valid in many cases. That is also something to consider. Thank you. People who are playing the most don't have time for Discord or forums. Come see me in game. I play 8 hours already. Yeah, I mean, we have a good mix of players on Discord and the forums. I'm just, making it clear that we can't forget that, again, it's a minority that is active on the forums and Discord compared to active players in the game. So it's easy to think that, yeah, me and my 8 friends are saying the same thing on Discord, therefore this is correct and everyone agrees, while there may be 1% thinking like that and no one agrees. Believe it or not, it can be a tough truth, but that is actually often the case when it comes to balance and things in Mortal 9. Something we learned. Is changing to Unreal 5 a port of the whole game or just system upgrades recompiled with maybe some structure changes? So there's two things. We built everything from a certain year back in mind of supporting moving over to Unreal 5. We knew that we can't use Unreal Script anymore. We have to use C++, for instance. So we started that transition early on to prepare. And then Epic Games also knew that for them to have an efficient step over for majority of developers worldwide and very beneficial for us all, including themselves, is to have a smooth transition over. That combination makes it quite smooth for us to take the step. Obviously we need to make sure that when we recompile stuff, everything needs to work, and there's a few steps where obviously we need to go through things, and we've already done quite a bit of that already. And then the next step is the new lighting shadow system and performance when just having default stuff enabled. That is the whole process we need to go through. First of all, make sure it looks like Mortal Online again, but also trying to make use of the eye candy cool next-gen stuff that makes it look amazing, but still remain in good performance. Because we have good performance in Mortal Online too, believe it or not. I know most of you guys know, but again, comparing it to this kind of high quality level, the performance on having character on the screen is highly impressive. We're on a good level currently, even though there's always room for improvement, especially in certain areas and cities. And just switching on everything on Unreal 5, I'm pretty sure we're gonna go down in performance if we don't do additional work in optimizing and tweaking to make sure that we make use of the optimizations and not lose too much where there's eye candy to be utilized. Would you use voice changer during VoIP? I could. What is your favorite city in the game? I don't know. It's been it's been moving from one to another when we enable them, because the freshness of playing there. I mean, Tinram has its charm. It looks impressive and huge, and I remember every new player that walk into it always say, "Wow, holy shit, that is a cool experience." Also enjoy the Korite villages. They have a nice feel to them as well. Kind of think they're cozy. Medelia has its old charm, the old location in the world. It's hard. I don't know if I'd have a specific favorite standing out at this point. And I love the snowy area. Hilspea is a very nice spot in the world, very tall up with an amazing view. How many have anything like provocation and peacemaking from EU, or is that too powerful tool for Mortal Online? I'm not exactly sure yet. I used that in EU as well. It was quite interesting, and there was a rare instrument early on in Age that actually allowed me to provoke a player to attack another player. There was only a few charges, and there was only a few of these instruments spawned. I had some of those early on, and they were quite cool, because obviously I could make anyone make a criminal act in the city, get him killed and loot him instantly. Quite crazy mechanic. So obviously we want to make sure that there's nothing crazy going on. But I think there's room for quite a few functions that fits the balance and makes sense. The player will straight up quit the game if they shot someone 5x with a bow and do 0 damage, just saying. I mean, anything can happen to a new player, right? No matter what weapon, whatever you do, it's as easy. That is part of the new experience, to learn what this RPG game is all about, and how to adapt, and how to get effective, and how to survive and stop becoming a threat if you want to be one. There's no way around that. What major armor for fighting mounted archery? So obviously a mage wearing light armor at this point is weak against heavy archery, no doubt. That is a strong counter. And you know, that's just how it is. And as long as there's no additional spells that the mage can use to their advantage to avoid it or adapt to it or try to counter it, then obviously that will be, you know, one of their danger threats. There's a spell coming to Ecumenical that we're missing that is going to help a little bit when it comes to countering one physical incoming blow. You know, could be helpful in a few cases, but there are also, the next step is obviously the upcoming magic schools that gives you complete new types of skill sets to be used countering different cases. But there are obviously some natural pros and cons situation against each other, where these are simply very dangerous against me and my style, and vice versa. There's no way around that, and in most cases that may always be the case in many cases. But there will be more options for the mages for sure, along with the magic schools. And there will be more types of gears, and there will also be enchantment that will also affect different types of impacts in different ways. So there will be more options over time for all styles. Holy shit, guys, I'm hitting 6 hours and 30 minutes, a little bit longer than I anticipated in today's stream. And I think I know this answer, but wondering if Modlander uses asynchronous loading, for instance, loading and no loading. This is the thing. It doesn't really it does in one way when it comes to level streaming, but not in the way where we need it to load and deload also, which causes freezes. And this is what that have been rebuilt from Epic in Unreal 5, that we are relying on to have rebuilt that in a better way in threading the load and deload without freezing your computer. So that is one of the, I guess, old, out-of-date systems in Unreal 4. Node loading is something completely different. It doesn't involve that at all. Yeah, that's that freezing that you're experiencing, and that's simply how it is in Unreal 4. So there's no good solution to that other than trying to split up different things in many steps, but that obviously will give many small hiccups instead. So again, not the best solution, and we hope that Unreal 5 have that covered in a proper way, and it looks to be that. Why did you break the logging out and logging in? I have to quit the game and try now to switch servers. I don't know what you mean with breaking, logging in, logging out. You have to log out to log into another Mirrorland server. We have alt servers and the main Mirrorland. And you switch in the menu. And that is temporarily that way. And be willing staying up this late. Yeah, it's getting time for me. It's getting late. It's getting late. You have to close the game to change server. I didn't know that. And obviously you shouldn't have to close the game to change the server. Okay, yeah, I wasn't aware of that. So I guess that's a bug in this patch then that obviously we need to fix. All right. Right, guys, it's getting late here. I need to get some sleep. But yeah, 4 years of age. I feel old now. But thank you for spending some time with us and me in here. As always, it's a pleasure to hanging out. Thank you all for all donation, subscription, and your questions and all that. And I hope to see you next time again. Yeah, thank you all. Shall we do a little raid? Raid Fatak game, please. Okay, let's see who is streaming tonight. Quite a few. Fat Duck Gaming, should we do a raid there? I don't think I've done a raid to him. What say you? What say you? They are looking to have, what is it, a dueling? Practicing? What is going on over there? Bruce. Bruce Lee Rob. Have I done a raid to him? I don't remember. Have I? I don't remember if I gave an Bruce a raid. I've seen his stream a few times. It's very entertaining to see him run around with the Odin seed. Should we do Bruce is fun. Yeah, I don't think I've done a raid to Bruce either, right? If I'm not mistaken. Should we do Bruce today? And again, I try to rotate to anyone that I haven't raided before to pass on some viewers to promote them a little bit. Let's see. Bruce, I've seen his streaming a few times and very entertaining, high energy, funny guy. So I'm sure gonna be entertained joining in on his one at least. We do Bruce today then, and then we pass someone else the next one. All right, let's do it. Bruce today. Bruce Lee Rob. All right. Yeah, all right, guys. Again, thank you so much for tuning in, and I hope to see you next time. And have a good night, and we're gonna do a little stream then. Yeah, this guy Bruce is really funny and high energetic guy, very entertaining. I've seen some of his stream before. Follow him and show some support, and I will see you the next time. And yeah, happy birthday! Thank you so much. Thank you for long stream. Good night. Thanks, bro. Let the crew know we also say thanks. An awesome job you're all doing. Yeah, I will let the team know. Thanks, Henrik. Happy birthday. Thank you so much, guys. And have a good night. And I will do a little raid. All right. Good night and see you next time. Bye bye.